Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Tim. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Excellent.
I got a quick question for you.
Yeah, sure.
First, a compliment. What they're doing on 53 with the trees on Monticello Mountain is great.
September 28th of 2021, 6 o'clock, our electronic meetings this evening. This meeting is being held pursuant to and in compliance with ordinance number 20-A16, an ordinance to ensure the continuity of government during the COVID-19 disaster. Opportunities for the public to access and participate in the electronic meeting will be posted on www.albemarle.org/community/county-calendar when available. Madam, would you call the order?
Yes. Mr. Bailey? Mr. Bailey?
Present.
Mr. Keller?
Present.
Ms. Firehawk?
Here.
Mr. Randolph?
Present.
Mr. Bivens?
Here.
Ms. Moore?
Present.
Mr. Claiborne? Okay, Mr. Claiborne isn't there and Mr. Carazana is not there?
Correct. Oh, here's, it looks like we're seeing Mr.
There's Mr. Claiborne. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, with Mr. Claiborne coming in, we've got a quorum. Are there matters not listed on the agenda from the public for us this evening?
No, sir, there are not.
Thank you. Commissioners, you notice we have one item on our consent agenda. Does any commissioner wish to pull this item this evening? Seeing none, would someone move passage?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Bismore. Is there a second? Seconded by Daniel. Is there any discussion? Madam, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Yes, Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Ms. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Randolph,
Aye.
Ms. Firehawk,
Aye.
Mr. Keller,
Aye.
and Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's passed. And so staff, if you would let the applicant know that they're able to go forward and work with you in the way that we do. So our first public hearing this night is for ZTA 2021-02, public hearing on zoning text amendments to clarify the Board of Supervisors' authority to approve special exceptions consistent with case law. So I guess we'll also hear from our counsel this evening, since we're hearing about case law. May we have the staff report, please? And welcome, Ms. Ragsdale.
Thank you. It's nice to see everyone. Let me get my PowerPoint going here. Can you see the presentation?
Not quite yet. We see that you're sharing a screen with us, but we don't see anything else than that.
Seems to have frozen. Can you hear me?
Hear you just fine.
Okay, I apologize. I think something is frozen. Let me try again.
Okay.
Nope, it's just frozen. Oh, there we go.
There we are. We can see.
Where
you.
I am impatient. Okay, so we have the title slide, do we?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm Rebecca Ragsdale, Principal Planner in the Zoning Division, and have been before you, I think, a couple times recently or the past year or so, with some text amendments here and there. So this one is, as you mentioned, what we've referred to as sort of a clarification, cleanup of the ordinance to the references to the Planning Commission or administrative officers that do not actually have the authority to grant the waivers, variations, or modifications that are referenced in the ordinance. So we wanted to start with a little bit of background. And as you mentioned, Mr. Herrick is worked on this a great deal and is also available, as questions come up. But going back to 2012 is really when this issue came to light with a significant court case in terms of establishing that no administrative staff person or planning commission has the approval to grant the waivers or modifications in the zoning ordinance. And we say administrative staff, that, it's typically, as you saw in the draft ordinance, planning director, agent, or zoning administrator. And in terms of the planning director, that used to include variations to codes of developments, application plans associated with plan developments. So those types of actions must be legislative. And what we did back in 2012 when this happened was add those special exception provisions to the ordinance. And they have been updated since then. But we had a little bit of work left to do. And as part of our overall comprehensive zoning modernization project that's in our board work program, this is on the list to get taken care of. It's been long enough, obviously. So we want to get it taken care of in the context of some of those other zoning text amendments with the modernization project that we want to, have our ordinance ready for those more substantive things. Now, I noted that these are the waivers and modifications to the zoning ordinance. That does not include the subdivision ordinance because there is some authority left in the, or there is authority, if you will, for the commission to grant those waivers. You actually have one on your agenda this evening. So wanted to point out that as for clarification purposes. Jumping right in, there's the ordinance, the draft was about, I think, 30 pages to the corrections, mostly replacing the authority where we saw those outdated references to Board of Supervisors. There are some sections that needed to be deleted because they included an appeals process that is no longer needed. For instance, if the Planning Commission denied something, you could appeal it to the board, but right now it would go straight to the board. And the section on administrative waivers needed to be repealed altogether because we can't do that. So the sections that are affected the most are Section 4, Section 5, Section 8, and there were a couple things in Section 20B, the Downtown Crozet District. This is not the complete list of those sections where someone can seek a waiver or modification. Since 2012, as we've done other text amendment updates or introduced new regulations into Section 5, we have updated so that it is consistent with state law. So an example of that would be the wireless regulations. That's something that comes up fairly often on the board's agenda for a special exception. Homestays. So that is, I just wanted to let you know, this isn't the complete list, but it does include things, critical slopes, lot access, height, lighting, noise. Section 5 is structured in a way that at the beginning of Section 5, it says that you can actually waive or modify any of those regulations, provided that it's not expressly prohibited in the specific criteria of the regulations. We do have that in some instances, but so we're cleaning up the beginning of Section 5 and a few other sections that needed to be cleaned up. And I mentioned already, Section 8 is the section of the ordinance that speaks specifically to the planned development districts. Most commonly, we see variations needed in the neighborhood model district, where we have the most specificity. And we think that it's important to continue, and we stated that in 2012 when we adopted the special exception provisions. We think it's important to allow flexibility in these places in our ordinance. So it's not taking away any authority that the commission has right now, because that hasn't been the case since 2012. It's just we had some leftovers and updates to take care of in the ordinance. Now, since we provided your draft and we advertised the ordinance, we took a second look at it, and we needed to look at it carefully in terms of a provision where the commission or an agent would actually be waiving something. I got a little overzealous with all the references, and the county attorney has identified some things that we don't actually need to change. And there are some other minor technical corrections. So we wanted to note that for the record and your motion this evening to recommend approval of the zoning text amendment with those changes on slide 4. And this would move on to the Board of Supervisors for their December 1st meeting for a public hearing for them to review and adopt the text amendment. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Or Mr. Herrick.
So if we could, before we open it up to us, council, would you just give us the, bring us up to date on this?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm Andy Herrick, Deputy County Attorney, and I really don't have much to add beyond what Ms. Ragsdale covered. I think she did an excellent job of covering this. Again, as she noted, this really dates back to the Supreme Court's Sinclair decision in the year 2012. And at that time, some ordinance revisions were made that dealt with the immediate issue. The Supreme Court in the Sinclair case in 2012 ruled that special exceptions were legislative decisions and that the local governing body, in our case, the Board of Supervisors, couldn't delegate its legislative decisions to either administrative agents or to the Planning Commission. So again, some revisions were made in 2012. We're just now going back in the kind of better late than never category of making revisions elsewhere in the ordinance so that it's easier to understand and so that there aren't places in the ordinance that says the Planning Commission shall do this or the administrative agent shall do that, when really those powers are and have been, as a practical matter, reserved to the Board of Supervisors since 2012. So that's the purpose of the zoning text amendment. Again, it doesn't reflect a policy change or a shift away from the Planning Commission. It's simply implementing what the Supreme Court has said must be done as long ago as 2012.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Savo, did you have anything you want to add before we ask my colleagues if they have questions?
I do not.
Are there questions for Rebecca this evening, kind folks? Okay, seeing none, then we will open the public hearing. Madam, do you have people there who are wishing to comment on this?
No, sir, I do not have anybody that wants to speak on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Then we will close the public hearing, come back to us, and either of you want to make a closing comment? No, and I see Rebecca doing the same thing. Then commissioners, how do you want to move forward? We have a motion on a recommended motion before us, and with the sort of editorial changes that Ms. Ragsdale mentioned there, that listed on slide 4 of her presentation. Tim, are you moving? You're on mute, friend.
I so move. I move to recommend approval of ZTA 2021-02 as shown in the draft zoning ordinance attachment B in the staff report with changes to the draft ordinance listed on slide 4.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Firehawk. Is there any discussion? Okay, madam, would you call the roll on this?
Yes, Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Mr. Keller,
Aye.
Ms. Firehawk,
Aye.
Mr. Randolph,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Ms. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Rebecca. It was good to see you.
Thanks. Nice to see y'all too. Good evening.
Good evening. Have a good evening. Moving to our next public hearing this evening is SP 2020-16, the Claudius Crozet Park. Where's my guy? Ah, there he is. Andy, could we have the staff report? Good evening. And could we have the staff report?
Everybody, can everyone hear me and see my screen?
Yeah, as a pause, I don't know where other people are, but we're having sort of those late afternoon, but it's now later, thunderstorms, and we've had one blink. So if I blink out, Karen, you're it. Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. We just had the lights go off here. So Jenny, I don't know what's happening out there because usually if I go out, you go out. You're good tonight? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Please keep going.
Great, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Andy Bartlebach, and I'm a senior planner with the Albemarle County Planning Division. And tonight we are here for a public hearing for SP 2020-16, the Claudius Crozet Park. So to help provide context on the location of the park and the property that we are here tonight for, here's an aerial view of Crozet. The Claudius Crozet Park is in the center of the screen, and then I've labeled some of the surrounding areas, including downtown Crozet up in the upper left-hand corner, the railroad tracks there going across the top, and then Eastern Avenue over kind of on the right side, bottom right side of the screen. And then this slide shows a more zoomed in view of the park and its surrounding neighborhoods. You have Parkside Village directly to the north, the Barnes Lumberyard site a little to the northwest, Hilltop Street to the north and northwest, Park Road to the south, and then the Foothills Crossing subdivision, which is under development directly to the northeast. And then this just provides another aerial view from a slightly different angle of the park, showing the north entrance and the south entrance to the park and some of the surrounding roads. So to give some background on Claudius Crozet Park, it consists of 3 parcels, which together total just over 22.8 acres. It is a privately owned and operated park by a nonprofit organization, the Claudius Crozet Park, Inc. However, the nonprofit does have an operating agreement with the County of Albemarle and our Parks and Recreation Department, outlining certain responsibilities for maintenance and access to the public. And it is important to note that with this special use permit request, the operating agreement is not proposed to be amended at this time, and the nonprofit is not requesting any public funding for proposed improvements at the park at this time. So to provide some context on the zoning, like I said, it consists of 3 parcels. 2 of them, the larger of 2, are both zoned rural areas, and then the smaller parcel to the north next to Parkside Village is zoned R6, 6 units per acre, and then all of the surrounding properties are also zoned at various densities of residential. The park does have several overlay zoning districts, including areas of both managed and preserved steep slopes. And then the R6 zoned parcel alone is zoned entrance corridor. And then the special use permit tonight is for community center, which is allowed by SP and RA in the R6 zoning districts. This is the comprehensive plan map showing that all 3 parcels of the park are designated for green space within the Crozet master plan. And it's surrounded again by properties that are of various residential densities, including both neighborhood density and urban density residential, as well as downtown Crozet is up to the northwest in the upper left-hand side of the screen. So the specifics of this proposal in the background is that this proposal first came before you all about 6 months ago on March the 23rd of 2021. And at the request of the applicant, the Planning Commission deferred taking an action at that time to allow the applicant to make revisions to the proposal based on what was discussed at the meeting that evening. The applicant is specifically requesting for an amendment to an existing special use permit 1995-43 to allow an expansion of the community center use with a proposed larger community center building of approximately 32 feet, and it would be 2 stories, along with a fitness center, meeting rooms, and an 8-lane indoor pool. The fitness center and meeting rooms would be the first phase, and then the indoor pool would be constructed either in phase 1 or or be a phase 2, depending on the proposed funding allowances for the park. The applicant is also requesting new basketball courts, pedestrian pathways, additional parking to accommodate these expansions, and then new landscaping throughout the park. And then the other facilities, the athletic fields, the tennis courts, the existing outdoor pool, those facilities would remain. So this is just a concept plan showing what is being proposed at this time. And I have several slides more explaining what the differences are between the March 23rd meeting and the proposal as it is tonight. And then this is a colorized version showing the new indoor pool and community center building, which is kind of the orange rectangular shape, middle of the screen. Surrounded by the new parking areas and then landscaping buffers and additional trees located throughout. So the revisions to the proposal since March 23rd, when you all first deferred taking an action on this application, there were 4 main topics of discussion. The first being the site layout and structures. And so the applicant has shifted the northern park entrance to the east. Going back to this slide, originally the existing park entrance on the north is up here in the center between the closest residential building and where these basketball courts are proposed to be. And as you can see, the entrance is now shifted slightly to the east and now intersects with Indigo Road instead of intersecting with Hilltop Street. And this provides better sight distances for the intersection, a safer entrance into the park. And the applicant is also proposing landscaping buffers around that entrance to help buffer that area from the existing residences across the street. The applicant is also proposing to shift the community center building approximately 25 feet farther south from where it had been shown 6 months ago, so that the building is now approximately 55 feet from the nearest property line instead of 30 feet. And that extra 25 feet that's now been gained is proposed to be planted with a landscaping buffer to better help buffer the new community center building from the existing residences. And then also at the meeting back in March, the applicant had submitted a special exception request to go along with this special use permit due to the location of the pool and the requirements in the zoning ordinance. However, it has been determined that with the shift of the community center building and where the location of the new pool is now, that this pool now meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the special exception is no longer needed. The second main topic of discussion was green space and landscaping, and the applicant has provided additional buffers and additional information on what is proposed. The applicant has identified that impervious surface will increase by about 5 2/3% with the additional building and the additional parking proposed. The applicant has identified that they will use bioswales to help address stormwater runoff, and they have shown conceptual locations for those bioswales on the concept plan. And then they have proposed several additional vegetative buffers around the site to help buffer these new facilities and some of the existing facilities from the surrounding residential areas. And they've identified that they'll do an approximate 3-to-1 tree replacement where they're proposing to remove about 45 trees for construction and in their place plant about 150 trees throughout the site in the parking areas as buffers, that sort of thing. The third topic of discussion, kind of going with the green space and landscaping, was stormwater management. As I mentioned, they're proposing to use bioswales. The applicant has clarified that the existing pond is not going to be used for stormwater management, and so any stormwater runoff will have to be addressed before it goes into that pond. And of course, final design of stormwater management will be addressed by the county engineer at with the WPO plan at the site planning stage. And then the other main topic of discussion was transportation and traffic connections. As I said earlier, the applicant has shifted the northern entrance to the east for better sight distance. And then any turning requirements such as turn lanes would be addressed by VDOT at the site planning stage. The applicant has also identified that construction traffic will now mainly use the secondary Park Road entrance. There are actually 2 entrances to the park from Park Road, and so they will use the extra entrance as construction with a staging area south of the existing building. And then there were some issues that staff had identified that needed to be addressed. And those have been addressed with these revisions, including identifying the proposed concession areas at the park and shifting some of the landscaping buffers around to ensure that they avoid utility easements. So going off the transportation information from the previous slide, access and circulation has been a big topic of discussion for this proposal. There are 2 proposed main entrances onto the site. Currently, there are 3 entrances, 1 main entrance off Park Road, the secondary entrance off Park Road that I mentioned, and then there is an entrance off Hilltop Street on the north side of the park, which is currently for emergency use only. However, the applicant is proposing to use that as a full entrance as well, in addition to the main entrance on Park Road. And this would provide better dispersal of traffic to all sides of the park instead of funneling all of the traffic into the Park Road entrance. And this also comes about because of the future connections to the north and the east of the park that are going on in Crozet. With the development of the Barnes Lumberyard area, there will be connections from Hilltop Street over to Crozet Avenue as Eastern Avenue becomes fully constructed, connecting 250 up through the eastern portion of Crozet. And then Park Ridge Drive is also proposed to be connected, roughly paralleling the railroad tracks from Eastern Avenue over to Barnes Lumberyard in downtown Crozet. And so with these future connections to the north and east of the park, it would also make sense to have a full northern entrance to capture that traffic instead of funneling everyone around to the south side of the park. And as I mentioned, any required improvements to the entrances would need VDOT approval. The applicant is also proposing additional trails, sidewalks, pathways throughout the park to promote connections between the park facilities and surrounding areas. So these are slides to kind of show what I mentioned in the previous slide. The park is identified with a yellow star in the center of the graphic on the left. And then the lumberyard has been identified. And then the blue line paralleling the railroad tracks to the south is what is proposed to be the final alignment of Park Ridge Drive and then Eastern Avenue as well. And then future pedestrian projects are on the right. And these graphics may look familiar to you because these are from the Crozet master plan that is currently under development and is going to the Board of Supervisors in a couple of weeks. And then this graphic just shows the greater bicycle and pedestrian network throughout Crozet. Again, Crozet Park is highlighted in showing the various shared use and bike paths and sidewalks that are proposed to connect Crozet Park with the surrounding neighborhoods. There is one recommended revision that remains from staff that the applicant should address before moving on to the Board of Supervisors. And that is to clarify on the concept plan the proposed new location of the playgrounds and tot lots. There's currently a playground where the community center expansion is proposed to be. And so just clarifying where that playground and tot lot is proposed to be relocated to. Factors for consideration, the favorable factors are that the use is consistent with the Crozet master plan and that the proposed use is located within the development areas and is consistent with the uses identified for areas designated as green space. And then factors unfavorable is that the use will generate additional vehicular trips on the surrounding local street network. Ultimately, staff does recommend approval of special use permit SP 2020-16 Claudius Crozet Park with the following conditions and provided that they do make that recommended revision regarding the location of the playground. So the recommended conditions, the first one is the typical condition that development be in general accord with the proposed concept plan, including major elements such as the buildings, recreational facilities, pools, and parking area which of course would allow for minor modifications at the site planning stage. Several of the other conditions have to do with fencing to provide screening, limiting sound from public address systems or anything that's not general talking, laughing, that sort of thing. There are several conditions about lighting to mitigate any potential impacts on the neighboring properties from lighting, limiting sales of concessions to those locations identified on the concept plan. And then 6 through 9 are also more about the landscaping buffers, screening landscaping, and lighting to limit impacts again from noise and sound and light that could be generated from this use. These are the suggested motions for when we get to that portion of the meeting this evening. And then I'm available for any questions either now or after the public comment period. Thank you.
Are there questions for Andy? Jenny?
I was wondering about the proposed entrance, the north entrance to Indigo Road. And I wondered if you could explain so that I can understand and others could understand, is that if the proposal moves forward, is that access point just a condition for this potential expansion, or would we be saying if we supported this and then if the board did, would they be able to make that access, the north access, be a permanent and not emergency access, regardless of how the project proceeds? Does that make sense?
I believe so.
Okay.
So with the concept plan, we have identified the entrance, that northern entrance is one of the major elements of the plan, so that they would have to put an entrance there. However, we have not put any conditions on it that it be either a full entrance or an emergency entrance, leaving that up to the park to determine what would be most appropriate for their needs as to whether to use it for emergencies only or as a full entrance.
Okay, but I guess I wonder, I've seen some people feel like that it'll become like a by right thing that the park can do. And I guess the way I see it, and I'm not saying maybe it wouldn't benefit the park to have that alternate entrance anyways, but the way I see it is it's within the context of this application and this request that we could potentially be saying this is a good access point. And then the park could determine whether that's something they use all the time or if it's emergency. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
It's tied to this request.
Yes, the general location of it is tied to this request.
Okay. So if the request, if it was taking more time, could the park go ahead and construct, if there was a approval for all of this, could the park then construct that northern access point without having the ability to move forward on the project immediately because of funding or whatever?
I guess that would be determined by phasing. And I don't know if the zoning has any comments or any information on this as well. But we are, for this, I guess, if it did move forward, the project as a whole would be approved. And then at the site planning stage, the park could determine whether they need to phase the project in any way, such as doing the entrance first before doing the building in a later phase, that sort of thing.
Okay.
To answer your question.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. McCauley, do you want to add any additional clarification to that?
No, No, I think that's correct. Yeah.
Are there other questions for staff at this particular juncture? Okay, seeing none at this moment, could we hear from the applicant, please? And applicant, you know the drill here, how much time you have this time.
Good evening, everybody. Can you see my screen?
Ken?
Good evening. My name is Kevin Schaefer, and I'm with Design Develop, a Charlottesville-based architecture and design firm that has been involved with the plans for Crozet Park since 2018. Thank you to the county staff for their thorough staff report and comments throughout this process, and thank you to the commissioners for your service to this community. We're excited and eager to present refinements to our plan based on the comments we received at the previous public hearing on March 23rd. Since that time, we've been working with county staff to revise our project based on the very thoughtful questions and discussion topics that came to light during the meeting. Starting with the 2004 ACPR needs assessment, Crozet Park has long been a focus of Albemarle County as a facility to expand to serve a growing community. These images show the proposed development in roughly the same location and with a similar program as the one we're proposing 17 years later. The 2021 Crozet Master Plan draft mentions Crozet Park something like 46 times through narrative, text, and maps to illustrate how crucial and vital the park is as a service provider to the community of Crozet. With that in mind, we found the comments we gathered from the commission on the public broke into three main areas of concern. The first and primary would be clarifying our environmentally conscious interventions throughout the proposed project. This diagram, developed at our very first charrette with park board members, outlines long-term requirements of preserving green space, bucolic areas of the park, and existing programmed park areas. When studying the site, the existing pool and the existing fitness center fall centrally in the park. It was imperative we preserve and protect these popular park amenities on both sides of the existing facility. It became clear that we should continue to target any new development within this central area, utilizing existing paved or building areas in lieu of developing on any new green space. In the diagram on the screen, roughly 10% of the park is devoted to parking and 1.62% of the park is devoted to buildings and associated park structures. In this next slide, we see a proposed land usage of 4.58% building, 12.55% parking, and nearly 83% of the park remaining as green space, trails, ball fields, and park amenities. Large areas of land to the west, south, and east have all remained undisturbed, protected, and preserved throughout this project. Our proposed building has been placed on a paved parking area to reduce impact on existing greenfield areas, and the majority of the new asphalt parking area occurs only on existing overflow parking. Equally important to the Crozet Park Board is the requirement of the park to continue to feel like a park, wild and natural, even as Crozet's population and density is increasing. In response, major emphasis has been given to landscape planting, including thoughtfully placed enhanced landscaping and tree plantings around the pond, park areas, and entrance roadways. This slide highlights the sheer number of new trees that will be offered to replace any trees required to be removed during the construction. All told, nearly 150 new trees will be planted in lieu of 44 trees to be removed, with a ratio of 3:1 new trees. Beyond trees, new shrubs, grasses, and native flowering plants will be instituted along sidewalks, the edge of our pool, and in our proposed bioswales. Many of the commissioner's comments revolved around impervious paving and exploring opportunities for enhanced stormwater runoff mitigation measures. I'd like to take a moment to explain our stormwater retention and treatment strategy, which is primarily through the construction of 3 large engineered bioswales. We'll collect all the rainwater from the surface runoff and building drains and capture them within these bioswales found on both sides of the site. The water is allowed to be absorbed into the ground at a natural rate after proper filtration. This strategy of stringent retention and filtration through the use of multi-tiered bioswales is arguably a better approach to runoff than impervious pavers because it allows for more significant filtration through native plantings and organic material rather than rainwater rich in parking lot contaminants to seep in place. Furthermore, it should be noted that new curb and gutter around the existing parking lots will shepherd water to these biofilters that previously would not have been retained or filtered. I wanted to touch briefly on the environmentally conscious design of the building. While we are not seeking LEED approval, myself and other design development members are LEED approved, and we are employing these strategies for green building at this facility. passive heating and cooling techniques, daylighting to reduce electrical lighting requirements, enhanced high-quality continuous insulation in our walls, and solar panels on the roof are all employed at this new facility. Little technical issues. The existing structure was built by volunteers in the 1950s. The walls are cinder block with minimal wall insulation and insufficient roof insulation. All systems are aging and inefficient. Beyond the existing facility, every winter, a temporary uninsulated dome is installed to cover the pool. To heat this dome and the pool, huge propane furnaces burn 200 gallons of propane fuel per day and 50,000 gallons per winter swim season. The proposed project offers an environmentally considered approach to providing much needed indoor swimming, exercise, and community gathering facilities. The point of all this is that we take the environmental stuff seriously, particularly the desire to preserve the green spaces within the park, which you'll find evident from this existing aerial image to this proposed one. We're adding 46,800 square feet of fitness and recreation, community gathering, and indoor swimming facilities, while only decreasing the park green space by 5.6%. We're putting new buildings and parking areas in existing hardscape areas. We're capturing and filtering rainwater through bioswales. Our building is more efficient and employs green building techniques, and we've supplemented and enhanced our landscaping and tree plantings. Beyond our site development strategy, many comments from the public came regarding the scale of the building. A major component of the design of the project was the need to preserve the views that make Crozet Park a beautiful place. Serious consideration was given to the height of the building. The top of the exterior wall is 34 feet above grade. It was important for us to stay around 30 feet in height for a number of reasons. First, the existing dome is installed annually is around 30 feet tall. Secondly, the ridge of a roof of a typical two-story house is generally around 30 feet in height. The park board desired to provide a structure whose mass and height was in scale with familiar Crozet projects like the library and downtown structures. It was important that we didn't tower over the adjacent neighbors to avoid casting long winter shadows or, more importantly, blocking anyone's view sheds. This includes being mindful of views of park users as shown in these before and after images. We thought it important to present the short elevation to the adjacent neighborhood in lieu of rotating the building 90 degrees and having a long facade visible from Parkside Village. We're shielding the building with a significant amount of landscape screening, particularly on the north facade, and the building is set back about 220 feet from the road to respect the adjacent neighborhood. A primary move to address several of the commission's comments is to shift our building south 25 feet away from Parkside Village and the adjacent residential lot to the project's north. The building has moved further into the center of the park, allowing for dense landscape screening on our northern facade, providing a limited amount of visibility from the Parkside Village neighborhood. Furthermore, this diagram shows that internally, there's a 15-foot bank of office storage areas and coaches rooms between the edge of the pool and the exterior edge of the building. Our exterior building material is a 3-inch insulated metal panel that provides both outstanding thermal insulation and very robust soundproofing. Between the intense landscape buffer, the internal quiet zone, and the high-quality exterior building envelope, sound transmission from the indoor pool to the adjacent neighborhood will not be an issue for residents. Contrast this with the existing dome and blower furnaces that turn on and off frequently, and we believe this project is significantly less disruptive to the neighborhood in terms of sound, viewshed, and aesthetics. Many of the park and board's comments and public's comments revolved around the impact of traffic. We have on the park board Joel D'Annunzio, who is a traffic engineer and analyst for VDOT. We take his expert input very seriously, and he's available on the call to discuss the specifics of the revised traffic count that has been included in this submission. After hearing numerous concerns regarding the construction traffic, we will be utilizing the secondary park entrance off Park Road as our construction entrance. This secondary entrance allows us to avoid conflict with park users while still eliminating traffic through the Parkside Village neighborhood. We think it's a thoughtful and practical solution to the concerns expressed by community members in March. Additionally, we have revised and relocated the entrance from Hilltop Street to Indigo Alley per the commission's suggestion. This was important for two primary reasons: to preserve some of the existing trees along the lot line with the adjacent neighbor, and also to provide an entrance that has better sight lines along the existing roadways. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the central location and vast interconnectivity of Crozet Park to its adjacent context. I'll quote here from Ali Pesh, the chair of Crozet Advisory Committee, in her letter to the editor in the Crozet Gazette. Claudius Crozet Park is the cornerstone of the Crozet Master Plan's park and greenway system. If you drop a pin in the center of a map of the Crozet growth area, it lands on Crozet Park. It has unbeatable pedestrian and bike connectivity. The Crozet Trails crew has designed its entire trailway system in coordination with county planners to have Crozet Park as its nexus. The park, as shown on Crozet Master Plan, is designed along a green space corridor, providing alternative connections to the community park other than vehicle connections and access. The proposed park expansion is also consistent with the Parks and Green Systems goal of providing north-south and east-west trailway connections through the park to the adjacent surrounding neighborhoods. So we'll conclude by reiterating that we do appreciate the comments and feedback we gathered at the previous board meeting, and we consider all the input provided. Crozet Park is a nonprofit organization who is here to serve the Crozet community by putting in place much needed facilities for indoor swimming, health and wellness, community gathering, after-school childcare, facilities for senior citizens, a location for physical therapy, youth outreach programs, the list goes on and on. A final thought to reiterate is that this is an enhancement of existing amenities. This isn't a new use for this location. This is a modification of an existing special use permit to simply provide better facilities than exist currently. Already on site is a recreation and exercise facility, an indoor pool when the dome is installed, and community gathering facilities. As Crozet continues to grow, as has been designated by this commission as a place for growth within the county, it needs new facilities to serve this growing population. This is a valuable resource to Albemarle County that is so needed. We are at a moment in time that has legitimate momentum, and these moments do not come along every day. There have been significant resources devoted to this effort, both in time and efforts and financial burden that the park has taken on in an effort to provide Crozet and really all of Western Albemarle County with a much needed community and recreation facility. I'd urge and humbly request that you recommend approval for this special exception and the modifications of the existing special use permit already in place and allow the Crozet Park to provide the facilities that are so very needed in our community. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have for us, and I thank you for allowing us to present at tonight's forum.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions for the applicant? So I see Corey and Jenny, and Rick. So Corey, Rick, and Jenny.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Schaefer. Quick question, well, I have three questions. The first is about the pond. Could you share a little bit about how deep that pond could get? Looks like it's standing water in the images you've been showing. Could you share a little bit about your expectations for how deep that pond could get?
So there's an existing pond that's already on site. It's a man-made pond, and it will not be part of our stormwater management plan. The bioswales are heavily planted ditches or cisterns that help filter the stormwater. So the image that's on the screen with the blue, that's the man-made pond that exists now naturally. Well, not naturally, it exists already. And the stormwater bioswales are these areas of heavy planting that you see shaded in here.
Got you. Thank you for that clarification. So your playground, if I saw the orientation correctly, is in that bottom left-hand corner, kind of adjacent to that pond, right? Will that be fenced in?
I imagine so, yeah. I think safety requirements and building code requirements would require it to be fenced in.
Okay, I just didn't see it in your images, so just want to make sure we ask that question. And then the last question is, understand this is a concept, I totally get that, but I also want to be a little forward thinking as well. So if a fire truck comes in there, and they need to pull to the front of the building. A lot of times we're gonna go look for a panel to see where the fire is located. And when I look at this site plan here, it doesn't really look conducive to those movements with how the parking is laid out. So you don't have to really address it now. I understand it's a concept, but it looks like that might be a little bit of a challenge as you think through it, future stages. Just how does a fire truck maneuver, jump out, go into the front door, look at the panel, assess what the fire is, and then get out of there without hitting another car.
Yeah, great point.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
Rick?
As we look at this, could you keep that video up there, please? Because I'm going to launch a question based on actually your site plan here, or your overview plan. As the eagle flies over the site, it sees the constituency interested in softball, baseball, a constituency interested in soccer, and I assume lacrosse in the spring, and then a swimming pool, so a swimming program, and then indoor activities. So there are 4 different identifiable, discrete athletic ventures that occur on the site. Now here's my question. If this site's 22.806 acres was virgin, unbuilt land, would you locate this proposed facility with no room identifiable in this plan, truly for future growth, without encumbering proximity problems to the surrounding neighborhood? So my question is, given the growth that you bring up about Crozet, which is inescapable and understood by all of us, and we are a planning commission, so our responsibility is not looking at just today, but thinking about 20 years out. In 20 years, I see a site here that is going to be outgrown by the population. And so my question is this really an ideal site given the intensive use that you're proposing? And I will go ahead and commend you for the improvements in your proposed plan. I think they're terrific in many ways. I have one reservation, and I'll get to that secondly. But is this really a site where longer term, you're going to be able to meet the recreational needs of a growing community?
It's good forward-thinking question, and I appreciate it. For the past 3 years now, I've been going out to Crozet Park and observing things, and as we plan and design this building, and I'm always amazed at how much of a community hub it already is. It hosts the fall festivals, it hosts orchestra. If you go on a weekend, there's Peachtree baseball and soccer teams. And what it means to Crozet as a centrally located service provider for Crozet is a real asset for it. And so I think that when you look future long-term use, this is a facility that could enhance the site and enhance the amount of program that can be put into it. I think there is some areas that are still available for development in terms of if there were needed to be more park program from a baseball field or a soccer field perspective. And we target here and potentially here in between these pavilions.
Well, then you create a proximity problem to neighborhoods. So maybe you can move things around, but if you have approval of what you're proposing here, you're not going to have a lot of flexibility and fungibility moving forward with land unless you eliminate fields. And as I pointed out from the mile-high view here, looking down, each one of those different fields and activities have built-in constituencies that would be loath to give them up. But here's another question for you. You have cited here before the commission this evening, cycling connectivity outside of Claudius Crozet Park that enables people to get in to the park. And yet I see such a heavy investment here in parking spaces for automobiles. And if there was really going to be a commitment to cycling, one of the ways that you could address future growth on the site is to eliminate now some of these parking spaces, which would in essence send the message to people that if you want to use the park, you've got a bicycle over there. And with e-bikes now, there's really no excuse that people can't access a facility with a bicycle. So a lot of this site plan, in fact, the majority of your site plan in terms of square footage is committed to parking for automobiles. And I don't see adequate provision for transit of bicycles coming in here. They're going to have to contend with cars to get in, or parking facilities for bicycles to encourage increased cycling. So just some thoughts there that I think you've improved the plan, but I still think there are additional steps that need to be undertaken.
I think that's a great point, and Scott Collins is our civil engineer on the call, and I'll let him jump in a little bit. But as you know, parking is a county requirement that's part of zoning. There's a certain basically use matrix. You plug in the square footage of use, and it requires a certain amount of parking. I'm not sure if that's something that limiting the amounts of required parking would be a condition that we could apply here if the commission could do that. But I think it would be something that the park would be amenable to if that is an alternative.
Well, my only point is, when are we going to start walking the walk instead of talking the talk? There's plenty of talk about putting in bicycle access, but this plan doesn't have anything for it, yet we have all of these spaces for automobiles, and we're going to be perpetuating in a community that, as we looked at the master plan, came down very heavily in support of bicycle connectivity throughout Crozet. And yet here's another really auto-centric plan and missed opportunity. Because you can always fall back on, well, the county made me do it. Just a thought.
Jenny?
I guess what I was wondering if other people were agreeable to hear from Joel, since there are so many concerns about traffic, if, you know, I'm inclined to want to hear from him for just a couple minutes about traffic counts. If you think that would be helpful. If not, we could wait.
I think that, so one of your question at this particular point is if we could hear a bit more about the traffic.
Yeah, because I think that's a really common concern that we hear from the community. So
sure. So Mr. D'Annunzio, would you like to come in and give us some and provide some insight into how you arrived at your revised study, please?
Okay, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, well, good evening, Planning Commission. I ran some numbers out of ITE trip generation to determine what we expected the increase of trips would be. And I used a ITE.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you identify yourself a little bit for some of us and for those who may be listening to this?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Joel D'Annunzio. I'm a Crozet resident. I am a member of the board of directors on the Claudius Crozet Park. My professional life, I'm an engineer for VDOT. I work in the Stanton district. In my past position, I was the resident engineer in the Charlottesville residency for VDOT here. Tonight, I just want to be clear, I am representing the park here with my expertise in traffic. I worked in the Albemarle area and Crozet for a number of years, and I've lived in Crozet for about 8 years now, studying the traffic patterns, dealing with a lot of traffic items in this area. Very familiar with Crozet, very familiar with all of Albemarle County, and very familiar with the traffic items, concerns, and questions that often come up in these types of situations.
Thank you.
All right.
Please continue.
Thank you. So I knew at the last meeting, there were some concerns about ITE or trip generation from the new facility. So I went into the ITE is the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's a tool that we use to estimate the amount of traffic increase that a development might incur. So I used the square footage of the proposed facility versus the square footage of the existing facility. The square footage of the new facility is about just a little bit over 53,000 square feet, including the pool, the proposed pool in phase 2, I believe. And the existing facility is just a little about 17,500 feet. I used trip generation rates and I came up with an increase of about 847 trips per day. Now, I want to be, to define a trip is a car entering or exiting. So if you enter the park and then exit the park, that's 2 trips. So if you wanted to equate 847 cars to the number of cars, it could be about 425 cars roughly. We did have some existing traffic counts that the county did for the park throughout the years, and the existing traffic counts, we only had them per week. So what I did is I took the per week count of 2,314 trips or vehicles per week. I converted that into trips, and I looked at it compared to our existing facility and the ITE trip generation numbers based on square footage, and I found that they were fairly similar. So I feel like the land use code is fairly accurate. It's land use code 492. I'm sorry, land use code 495, recreational community center. And that is very similar to the type of facility we're building, with one difference being many of these types of facilities include a daycare facility. And we're not actually having a daycare facility, and that's different than an after-school facility. So we're not going to have the daycare facility. And sometimes these types of uses can or may not include a pool. So we are including a pool. So I did include the square footage of the pool in the trip estimation. So looking at that, I estimated 847 increased trips. If you look at daycare facilities, you're looking at about 240 trips per day. So I'd say 847 is on the upper end, a pretty conservative estimate of what we would expect. And I think it's really based on demand. So I felt like my estimate was pretty conservative in the approach. I wanted to try and give, I'd rather be conservative than undershooting it there. I looked at the existing road networks. I know that Andy talked about it at the beginning, the back entrance, and there was concerns about that. I think the back entrance really serves a pretty important purpose once those other road network improvements are made, such as I call it Library Avenue Extended still and Eastern Avenue. What that will do is it actually will shorten a number of trips, especially from Parkside, Highlands, area east of the park along the 240 corridor that may normally go down 240 to the 4-way intersection, which is one of our more congested, also one of our higher accident areas in Crozet. Not serious accidents because they're low speed, but it is one of the higher crash locations.
Ultra 0056.
And it caught, sorry. And it does cause, that, so it can keep some of the traffic off of Route 240, the intersection of 240 Crozet Avenue, 810 there, and then, Tabor Street and things like that. It'll provide access for Park Ridge Road and things like that, and actually decrease trip lengths when those improvements are made. I think it's a pretty important connection. Now, I did a 60-40 split when we had this built, where I estimated 60% of the traffic still on the main park road, 40% on the back entrance. And I came up with about 339 trips out Indigo Road once everything's fully built and things are in place. Another nice thing about the back entrance is Hilltop Street, Indigo Road. They're both more up-to-date local roads designs. They have pedestrian facilities. They accommodate parking on the street. And it's actually a good entrance versus Park Road in many ways, because then you'll have actually pedestrian bicycle facilities from the new road on Library Avenue extended all the way into the park, where we're not going to have that until the county builds sidewalks along Park Road, which I know is something that's been identified in planning, but not yet funded at this point. I think overall, essential how the park is centrally located, having access in both north and south directions is a good access point. It meets the multiple locations, our connectivity requirements, and the additional traffic due to the expanded facility will be distributed by providing that second access point and connecting to a road system with the existing pedestrian and bicycle facilities. That's my overview. Do you have any specific questions on that?
I don't know if others do, but I think that's helpful for us as we move forward.
Can I make one more comment about the entrances, the both of them then? Is that okay?
If you're succinct.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to make a comment. Andy had made a comment about VDOT approval in the future and any improvements there. Those are specific to the two entrances, the existing entrance and the proposed entrances. Those are related to traffic counts, turn lane requirements, and site distances. VDOT will make us meet all those requirements prior to issuing permit for this, and there's no getting around that. So having that in the site plan phase is a normal operation and nothing out of the ordinary. So those future improvements, it's very normal for us to be at this phase, and we will comply with the permit. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. D'Annunzio?
No, thank you very much.
Did you want to continue with other questions for the applicant?
So I don't have any specific questions right now.
Are there other questions for the applicants? So sir, stand by. We're going to go to the public, and then you'll have an opportunity after that to sort of sum up or to perhaps say things. Karen, I just saw you come on. Did you have a question for the applicant? So then, public hearing for this matter this evening, and sorry if I keep looking up, I keep hearing booms around me. And sorry I had to subject you to the red alert from my phone. Somehow or another, it had connected to Bluetooth to the speaker, and it was telling you that we're presently under a red alert. Madam, would you start calling on the public, those individuals who wish to speak this evening?
Yes, I will. Can you stop sharing your screen? Thank you. Okay. I am going to start at this time. If you signed up early or want to speak on this item tonight, please raise your hand so that you can get in the queue. I will take you individually as we go down. Please be patient. Please do not lower your hand unless you do not want to speak. Everybody gets 3 minutes, and it takes me about 30 seconds in between to get everybody moved around. So at this time, I'm going to start with Mikhail Salzberg. Please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with a group or organization. Your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start talking.
Hi, my name is Mikhail Salzberg, and I am a 10-year resident of Crozet. I live in the Old Trail subdivision. I am speaking as a resident. I would like to speak out in support of the expansion of Claudius Crozet Parks and Aquatics and Fitness Center. Firstly, from the standpoint of being a parent who has personally been on multiple waiting lists this year for aftercare for my elementary age child. She was on 3 different wait lists this summer for care and finally got a spot at the Crozet ACAC aftercare a few days into September. This was not a problem exclusive to me. Our local social media message boards were full of parents posting for after school care. The expansion of the Claudius Crozet Park's Aquatics and Fitness Center will lead to much needed local summer camp and aftercare opportunities for our community. Crozet is designated as an area of growth for Albemarle County, and we are indeed growing exponentially. With that growth, the needs for the community also grow. We need this expansion to allow for the recreation and care needs our growing community requires. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Sandra Hossman. Ms. Hossman, please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization, your 3 minutes starts when you start talking.
Sandy Hausman, 5577 Hilltop Street, speaking as a resident and someone who has observed the park over many years. Crozet does need improved recreational facilities, no doubt about it, but I think this is not the way to provide it. This is not the place to put a large new recreation center and another 115 parking spaces. The reality, and I think we have to accept this, is that a relatively small number of people are going to get to this park on trailways. Most people are going to drive. And frankly, this is just not a neighborhood that's equipped for this kind of traffic. We don't even have sidewalks on Hilltop. I've been asking for them for years. And it's frankly fairly unsafe to drive on the road now because you have people out with kids and strollers and bikes. You know, Crozet Park is just too small to host additional traffic or construction. And again, I feel that the residents of a modest surrounding neighborhood are being asked to sacrifice their quality of life so everyone else can enjoy what should be a public amenity, conveniently located, owned and operated on the taxpayers' behalf by their elected representatives. In other words, Albemarle County. This is a private park that we're talking about, and I really think talking about expanding of this private park is giving the county a pass. The county owes us these facilities, and planners need to figure out where they can put a large recreational center without inconveniencing folks who are already living here. The planners are figuring 847 more trips, most presumably on Tabor, Hilltop, and Park. These are narrow streets, and again, they lack standard sidewalks. The Crozet Park is second only to Dardentoe already in the number of people using it, and that is trending up according to the developers. The National Recreation Association suggests community parks be 25 to 50 acres. So at 22 acres, Crozet Park is definitely on the small side, and the county is continuing to improve more and denser residential developments here. There's general agreement also among planners that 30 to 50% of parkland should be set aside for active recreation. And Crozet is devoting less than 12% of its parkland to active recreation. This plan for a large recreation center in Crozet's small community-owned park gives Albemarle County a pass it doesn't deserve. As the population here grows, public officials should be planning for current and future recreational needs by setting aside more land and finding ways to pay for its development. I know that land in the development area is very expensive now, so let's look on the periphery in the non-development areas along 240 or 250. Make some of that available for construction of a new recreation center and reserve the rest for baseball and soccer fields, pickleball, tennis courts, and other forms of active recreation. Indigo is a tiny street. It's virtually an alley. It's already parked up for pickleball almost every day. I think it's just a fantasy to think that over 300 more trips could be allowed via Indigo. So
I'm sorry, your time is up, ma'am.
okay, thank you.
Next is Catherine. Catherine, please state your name and address if you're associated with a group or organization. Your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Hi, my name is Catherine Genovese. I live at 4115 Luxor Terrace Drive, Charlottesville address. I'm speaking as a resident. I am in the county as opposed to living in Crozet. I want to commend the park board for the wonderful facility we currently enjoy. My husband and I are seniors, and we go 6 to 7 days a week to walk animals along the beautiful trails. And I go as many days as water aerobic is available. We really utilize this park. It's a beautiful facility. The pool, however, is getting old, and I'm not sure it's going to continue to be repairable in the future. So I believe the new facility is essential. And I would like to ask the Planning Commission, please consider approving this measure quickly. Apparently it's been undergoing approvals for 18 years, and I think we could really utilize it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Brian Day. Brian, please state your name, address. If you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you. My name is Brian Day. I live in Emerald Ridge at 2090 Avalon Way, and I'm affiliated with the CCAC, but I'm not speaking on their behalf. I also spent 40 years working on the environment, and I'm speaking on behalf of the improvements to this park. If you look at the history of this park, it has been created by the community. The first baseball field was built with a handful of people's donations 35 years ago. The bubble was put up by community donations. It is in the center of the development area. It has existing trails coming to it. There's no question that the county is desperately behind in putting sidewalks and so forth that would add to the walk. Such facilities. But for years and years, this has been a central facility that is critical. And it is in the right place because we don't want to create a whole bunch more driving. We want to make it central and we want to make it happen now. It is absolutely critical that we move forward with this facility in spite of the fact that I, like everybody else, like lots of green spaces and trees and so forth. And I think that the changes made in response to the comments some months ago have been very admirable. And the fact that this facility is being designed with a very environmentally focused building is critical. Please support this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have William Brown. Will, please state your name, address, and your affiliation or organization, and your time starts when you start speaking.
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, my name is Will Brown. I live in Parkside Village, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Parkside Village Homeowners Association. The Parkside Village borders the park on its northern boundary. The developer's current application includes an access road that intersects with Indigo Road and crosses a parcel that the park acquired by deed from Weatherhill Homes, the developer of Parkside Village. Any improvements on the parcel, including the access road and landscaping, as well as any grading, fencing, lighting, and the like, must be reviewed and approved by our association's Architectural Review Board. The deed states that the parcel, which was gifted to the park, is subject to Parkside Village covenants, conditions, and restrictions, and makes clear that the parcel shall be considered a lot under such covenants. Article 10 of our covenants, which were shared with the Park Board and the Planning Commission earlier this week, establishes the authority of our ARB to review and approve any improvements proposed for any lots, including but not limited to exterior lighting, landscaping, fences, driveways, and grading or changes to existing grade. Therefore, the park will need to engage with Parkside Village's ARB to proceed with the portion of their currently proposed projects that intersects with the parcel under discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have James Hargrove. Please state your name, address, if you're associated with an organization or group, and your time starts when you start talking.
Hi, good evening. My name's James Hargrove. I live at 516 Rookwood Place. I'm in Albemarle County. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the new facility at Crozet Park. I've lived in Albemarle County for 20 years. I've seen the growth in Crozet and the western portion of the county. The park is already a great asset for the community, and this new facility will only enhance the park and the community. I've had 2 sons grow up and swim for the Western Albemarle swim team. It's been a great facility for both the high school men's and women's swim team as well as the year-round swimming program. This new facility would also create a wonderful place for the county to create a learn to swim program. It will provide also a wonderful place for families and communities to gather with the gym and the meeting spaces for everyone across all generations. I hope that the board will approve this new facility. It will only enhance the Crozet community as well as the entire Albemarle County. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the new facility.
Thank you. Next, I have Dan Bledsoe. Dan, please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with an organization or group, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Good evening. My name is Dan Bledsoe. I live at 5221 Park Ridge Court in the Western Ridge neighborhood in Crozet. I am a teacher and coach at Western Albemarle High School. I am a parent of a teenage son that attends Western Albemarle High School. In addition to that, I am a member of the Crozet Park Board. I am here to voice my support for the new fitness and aquatics facility that has been proposed for the Crozet Park. I understand there are people who oppose this project because it changes their neighborhood park. But it must be understood that the Crozet Park is not a neighborhood park exclusively. It is a community park that serves the fast-growing population of Crozet and the surrounding communities. This new facility would greatly enrich the lives of the citizens in our community. Outside of our local schools, our Crozet community does not currently have an indoor recreation center that can meet the needs of our growing population. As a teacher, when school is canceled due to weather, I do not have to worry about what to do with my child. For many in our community, that is not the case. Many families must take off work to watch their children, or if they are members, they can take their child to Brooks Family YMCA in Charlottesville. The new fitness and aquatic center would provide families a safe place to bring their children when they are not in school. Additionally, the new facility and aquatics facility would give people across the age spectrum exercise opportunities year-round. Specifically speaking of the aquatics facility, competitive swimming and recreational swimming is a popular activity in this area. We have a large number of masters and recreation swimmers who use our current outdoor facility daily. The local summer swim team, typically in non-COVID years, has in excess of 225 swimmers on the Crozet Gators. There are more swimmers than that between the ages of 5 and 18 years old. The Western Albemarle swim team last year had 50 varsity athletes. For our older population, water exercises allow the elderly a way to get in better shape without putting added stress or strain on their bodies. Because swimming is not weight bearing, it's easy on the joints for those who suffer from joint pain and discomfort. It's a full body workout that keeps the pressure off their hips, knees, and spine. Most importantly, the new indoor facility will provide the opportunity to teach water safety. According to the CDC, drowning remains the #1 cause of injury-related deaths among children ages 1 through 4, and the second leading cause of death for children ages 5 through 14. And while drowning prevention requires layers of protection, swim lessons have shown to reduce the risk of drowning by 88%. The new aquatics facility will meet the needs of the various groups that demand time. The new fitness and aquatic center is needed for our community. The Crozet population was projected to reach 12,000 people by 2030. This facility will not only meet the needs of the current population, but also will be able to handle the growth that will continue in Crozet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Samantha. Samantha, please state your name, address. If you're still affiliated with a group and organization, your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Masoni. I live at 3749 Skyline Crest Drive in Charlottesville. I've been a group exercise instructor at the Crozet Park for the past 9 years. So I have experienced 2 different managerial organizations, the YMCA and now ACAC. While the policies, procedures, and pay scales have varied from one management company to the next, the one constant during my tenure has been the participants. I can say with complete honesty that there are members who have been attending my class for as long as I've been teaching it. I feel fortunate that this group of people finds value in the community we have created together and that they prioritize the time we spend together each week. This would not be possible if the park didn't provide the facilities and the opportunities for us to gather. Crozet Park is a valuable resource and an asset, not just to the citizens of Crozet, but to the greater community. I myself do not live in Crozet, and neither do all of my regular class attendees, some of whom travel from as far away as Afton or Northern Albemarle. Expansion of the facilities would allow for a broader range of offerings, whether that means increased class sizes or additional programs. As one who leads outdoor classes, I can say that there are some days when we would all appreciate the opportunity to move indoors, either due to inclement weather or to noise and traffic generated by groups using the adjacent pavilion. Unfortunately, this is not possible given the combination of COVID restrictions and the current limited indoor facilities. I speak to you this evening as someone who has long-standing and direct experience with both the current facility and the members who pay to use it. As an instructor, I would appreciate the opportunity to offer more flexibility to my class participants. As a community member, I would be interested in and appreciative of a recreational center that offers increased space and a broader menu of classes and programs. I urge the Planning Commission to support the Park Board's site plan and special use permit for a new and expanded recreation facility that will benefit not just Crozet, but the community at large. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right, thank you. Let's see. Next, I have J.R. Hipple. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization, your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. This is J.R. Hipple on 5451 Golf Drive in Crozet. And I can't tell you how excited I am about having a modern aquatic center in Crozet, which I think will be a remarkable asset for the health and wellness of the community. I have 5 reasons why I think this project reflects the characteristics of winning communities of the future. Number 1, it provides a critical infrastructure for the senior population to remain physically active and combat the silent killer of social isolation. The fastest growing segment of our population are people over 65, and pools provide an active, diverse community event every single day. Number 2, it supports the local school system's ability to integrate learn to swim programs to ensure a drown-proof Western Albemarle Crozet community. Number 3, it creates competitive opportunities for both children and adults that are proven to lead to healthy lives of character and resilience now and throughout their lifetime. I should add that swimming has become the key to my fitness when my niece told me they weren't going to be running long distance anymore. Number 4, the facility will create jobs and careers in sports and recreation, not the least of which lifeguard training, which is badly needed. There is a shortage of lifeguards around the country. And number 5, it will be a source of pride and provide a place where even more citizens will participate and support this wonderful community that we're proud to be a part of. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and members of the commission.
Thank you. Next, I have Kathy Riddle. Kathy, please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Riddle. My husband and I live at 6908 Windmere Lane in Crozet. We've been living here for about 9.5 years. I come before the Planning Commission this evening in support of the new Aquatics and Fitness Center. Others have addressed the after school and summer camp opportunities that this new facility would support. I understand from a board member that there are currently 35 seats at Crozet Park. With the new facility, that would increase to between 150 and 250 seats. Most recent data from the 2019 pre-COVID school year is that Brownsville, Crozet, Maury, and Meriwether Lewis had a total of 123 students waitlisted for after-school programs. Obviously, a real need in our community. Secondly, as others have stated, this facility will provide excellent spaces for meeting as our community grows. It's important that our new citizens and community members feel welcomed and involved. Those meeting spaces would enhance those opportunities. Others have addressed the year-round recreational facilities that this new center would provide. Others have mentioned CDC statistics, and I'd like to provide you just one more statistic or group of statistics, food for thought. The CDC says that the current obesity rate in our children last reported in 2019, that is pre-COVID, was 19.3%. For adults, the obesity rate is 42.4%. Those rates have increased over the last 20 years. So I think it's important that we have in our community facilities for both indoor and outdoor recreation, after school and summer camp opportunities, and opportunities where we might meet, learn, and grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Scott. Scott, please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with the group. Your time starts when you start speaking.
My name is Scott Kaysen, and I've been a Crozet community member for 16 years, whose residence borders the northern boundary of Crozet Park on Indigo Road. I'd like to thank the commission for taking the time to read my letter sent over email late Sunday evening. The proposal is asking for the park's surrounding residential streets, and the key words there are residential streets, to bear the entire burden of traffic for the benefit of the Crozet community. The roadway network is and not designed to support the projected traffic levels coming with the park expansion. The most acute example of this is the new north boundary entrance that connects to Indigo Road. There are 2 points I'd like to make about this exit. Traffic using this roadway can only flow down Hilltop Street, an old residential road that receives heavy foot traffic as it serves as the only connector between 80 but soon to be 100 current residences, the park, and downtown Crozet. Vehicular traffic is always driving around pedestrians forced to walk in the street. Why? Because the asphalt sidewalks have been crumbling for years. They are literally unusable, where sections actually disappear into the landscape under dirt and grass, which has overtaken them. The sidewalks on this exact street had been considered among one of the highest ranking pedestrian improvement projects from the Albemarle County Transportation Priorities List, which considers the most critical projects within the entire county. When was that? In fiscal year 2018, 4 years ago. Hilltop Street is an old road that has been neglected and does not safely support both the pedestrian and vehicular traffic today. Certainly not street parking, as the traffic engineer stated tonight. That one kind of baffled me. And certainly cannot support the additional 27 vehicular trips per hour during peak times that are estimated to come from this new park entrance. Until the sidewalks are improved, not put on the document, but ground actually broken, it is too dangerous, and this proposed entrance should be struck from the plan. My second point is tied to my first. The application makes numerous mentions of how the park expansion is supported through infrastructure projects, which are proposed. But history has shown that these projects miss schedules by years. Time and time again, there are project approvals in Crozet which rely on infrastructure that has yet to be built. This approach needs to stop. It is time to let the infrastructure catch up to the development in the western part of Albemarle County. The community can use such a facility, but this is not the location. Thank you for considering my comments.
Next, I have Amy Life. Amy, please state your name, address, if you're associated with a group or organization, and your time starts when you start speaking.
Hello, my name is Amy Life. I've lived in Crozet for 18 years, currently at 5230 Sparrow Hill Lane. I'm speaking as the chairperson of the Crozet Gators swim team. I've been the chairperson for Crozet Gators swim team for the past 8 summers. The Crozet Park pool is our team's home. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the expansion project at Crozet Park. Each spring, I meet with the head of the aquatics facility to discuss the number of lanes we will need. Our swim team boasts a healthy 230 swimmers during a typical summer. with about 190 of those attending regular daily practices. We're a summer team, but we start practicing in mid-May and are only guaranteed 6 lanes during the afternoons for those 3 to 4 weeks until school is out. Each year I ask if we can have an additional lane or even all 8 lanes for our afternoon hours, but because we need to share the space with lap swimmers and family swim time, my request is declined. As a result, we run 4 to 5 shortened practice sessions over a longer period of time every afternoon. This cuts into dinner, homework time, keeps our coaches there later, shortens the practice sessions for swimmers, and forces parents with multiple swimmers to drive back and forth multiple times. Building an additional pool will allow for us to use all 8 outdoor lanes for those tricky weeks. We switch to 8 lanes in the mornings once school is out and use the entire pool for over 3 hours through the end of July. We need all of the lanes and more if we had them. We have lots of hardworking swimmers who devote each morning to summer swim team practice. We fill our roster every year. With an additional pool, parents could swim laps while their kids are practicing. Younger siblings could take lessons or swim with a parent, allowing the whole family to exercise in a pool at the same time and modeling the lifelong healthy habits that swimming affords. Families might opt to stay at the improved facility to work out, to exercise, to swim, to walk the trails instead of dropping off and picking up. In addition, our executive team has talked at length about how to best build a swim team prep group for younger swimmers who might not be ready for competing, but are more than ready for just a swim lesson. It would be great to be able to offer families this building block program. Families want their kids involved with Crozet Gators, and we're seeing an increased interest in our program each year. Nearby pools like Boar's Head and Fry Spring already have very successful mini programs for their youngest swimmers. I believe there's a huge demand for this in our community already. I'm hopeful that the additional lanes at the Crozet Park facility would allow this and other programs to become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have P. Rule. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization. And your time starts when you start speaking.
This is actually Rob Rule. I live at 3139 Village Drive in Waynesboro. Formerly lived at 8118 West End Drive in Crozet for a number of years. I am the head swim coach here at the pool. I'm actually at the pool now. I would be out coaching swimming, but we had some thunder tonight, so I am inside right now and all the kids are at home. I am the head swim coach of the Shenandoah Marlins Aquatic Club, and we swim out of the Crozet Park pool. It's fantastic that we get to use this. We're a swim team based in Crozet, and we want to make swimming available to as many people as we can in Crozet. Our focus is on giving kids in the community of Crozet the ability to be part of a competitive swim team and help them and help kids learn how to swim as well. I am also the head coach of the Crozet Gators summer swim team. And this past summer, we did have some space issues. As Amy and Life had mentioned before, we had about 230 swimmers on our team. And I believe we had over 30 on our wait list that were not able to swim this past summer. So we just don't have the space. And I think in future years, we're going to continue to grow. The year-round swim team is going to continue to grow. The summer swim team is going to continue to grow. And we need extra facilities in the Crozet community. One reason why I decided to be the head coach of Crozet, swimming in Crozet is one, I love swimming, and I want children in this community to be able to have a year-round competitive swim team and not feel like they need to drive in to Charlottesville, to swim. It's not really fair for the kids in the community to feel they have to drive to Charlottesville to be on a swim team. The Crozet Gator summer team, I was his first year I was head coach, and it was a fantastic experience. All the parents, got involved. We ran numerous meets at the facility here. We actually ran a portion of the full Jefferson Swim League meet at the Crozet facility here. We had a lot of people here. We had a lot of community involvement. And to me, that's what makes this park great, is just the community involvement, how the people in the community and the parents in the community, make this a community park and recreation facility. And, that's, to me, that's the key. And, that's the reason why I'm in total support of this project. I think this project is needed in Crozet. I think it's going to, be very good for the community overall. We swim outside now until the end of October. It gets a little cold, but we deal with that. We also swim under the bubble, and that is fine. I'm not going to complain if we have water to swim in. I think our kids will be competitive with anyone. But it would be nice for children in our community to have comparable facilities to their surrounding communities. The new recreation facility will help us provide, additional opportunities for swimmers in the Crozet now and into the future. This will not only assist the swimmers, but all children who need to learn how to swim. We're not just a year-round competitive swim team and a summer swim team. We also provide, when our kids learn to swim in our swim team, they become the lifeguards, they become the teaching instructors. They're the ones who teach the young kids how to swim in our community. And that is sorely needed now and into the future.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Phil Kirby. Philip, please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or an organization. Your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
My name is Phil Kirby. I live on Cranberry Lane, and I've lived here for 20 years. The developer's proposal to amend the existing regulations for it to construct a building with over 3/4 of an acre footprint, an additional 192 new parking spaces should be denied. Using a small public park to build a facility that's intended to be occupied by a for-profit business that needs that much parking should be considered unconscionable. Also, I heard earlier somebody said the park was not requesting public funding, but in their newsletter, they indicate that they plan on asking for public funding for the project. What the developer wants to do in this park goes against all the reasons people live here and what the Crozet master plan urges for green spaces. What study was done to ensure this building is the right size for all the community functions we're hearing about, or even in the right location? The developer downplayed the size of the building when it presented to this commission in March of this year because it's too big. When confronted with that reality, the commissioners, the developer now submits the same size building in generally the same place, but hidden in a well presentation where 300-foot long, 32-foot high facades magically disappear. They also did not number the parking spaces in this presentation, but that did not change how many spaces there are. The comparison of this proposal to Paris Teeter on 250 and all of its parking is an accurate representation of what this developer is proposing. It should give everyone an idea of what Crozet Park will become if this development is approved. How did the developer become an expert on traffic? They have no idea what VDOT will require on Indigo to accommodate the north entrance. Giving the applicant the right of the north entrance without even knowing what it requires is wrong. Developers should not be the ones who control development in Crozet. That is the job of the planning commission. I urge you to reject the proposal because it does not fit in the park now, and it will overwhelm it and surrounding neighborhoods in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one call-in that wants to speak, and I'm gonna let them speak now. Mr. Carl Pomeroy, please unmute yourself. It's your turn to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you need to state your name, address, and where you're located. If you're associated with a group or an organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking. Mr. Pomeroy, you're going to have to unmute yourself. Okay, I'm gonna come back to him in just a few minutes. Next, I have JJ Sullivan. Please state your name, address.
Hello, my name is James Sullivan. Everyone calls me JJ, and I am a resident here in Parkside Village. I'm actually neighbors with Mr. Phil Kirby, who I guess just spoke and gave his opinions, and thank you for having me here. My wife and I moved to Crozet about 1 year ago from Charlottesville, and we absolutely love the park. To give you some perspective, we live 4 doors down from the park. We decided to move here because of the park. We have a photo of my son running on the soccer fields, and we absolutely love it. I'm actually, I missed the first few minutes of this discussion because I was at the park. I was actually coaching T-ball, and I can attest to the sirens that were going off that the Gator swim coach discussed because I was there. So I absolutely love the park. I am, to say conflicted about the growth to be an understatement. If I had to give an opinion right now, I would say that I am not in favor of this expansion. I'm going to speak to the traffic study that was conducted because that was the only part that I heard. I do think that the gentleman who gave the presentation was competent. And as a CPA, I love the fact that he walked through his assumptions. So I really appreciated that. But he is a member of the board. And so I think an independent study needs to be conducted before we can attest to whether the 847 increased traffic is an actual number. I am afraid that that number may be low. So I think an independent study needs to be conducted. I would also say that while I heard about some of the feeder roads that might be reducing traffic, what I did not hear was any discussion about the Glenbrook at Parkside. That's the Stanley Martin development that is going in literally behind my house. They took out the 6 acres of trees that comes right up to my property line. And while I heard about some feeder roads that can reduce traffic, I didn't hear about the 31 lots that are going in behind me and are going to increase traffic. Finally, there was a gentleman that talked before me, and I wish I got his name, who talked about some of the construction on not just Indigo, but Hilltop. That is definitely a road that needs some development, needs some construction in order to handle increased traffic. It's not uncommon to see families walking in the street, kids biking in the street. I'm afraid that road will not be able to support the growth that's being asked. I do hope the county picks this up and does the analysis. I am in favor of growth, but the way that's being presented right now, I think a great deal more infrastructure needs to be included before that growth can occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Alan Freeman. Please state your name, address. If you're affiliated with a group and organization, your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Hi, I'm Alan Freeman, and I've lived at 5071 Longmeadow Lane since 1972. That's in Crozet. And I can attest to the fact that over the past 48 years, the park has responded to the changing needs of Crozet and for Western Albemarle County, the need for recreation and the space for building community spirit and pride. When I moved here in 72, the park was pretty limited to a seasonal pool, a small community building, a baseball field, and a few picnic tables. And by the way, most of the surrounding area was pretty vacant. My 2 sons have learned how to swim at the park. They played t-ball at the park. They attended summer camp there. They played soccer. And over time, the park board has responded to the increasing need. The park built soccer playing fields. They covered pavilions. They built a dog park, which nobody's mentioned. It's a great place. They built the cover for the pool for year-long use, and they built starter tennis courts, which are now used for pickleball and also tennis. And I am a pickleball player. They expanded walking trails. God, it's a number of people that I see walking in the morning. It's amazing there. And there are workout stations on those trails. And they built the indoor fitness center, which didn't exist just 15 years ago. That's now very well maintained by the ACAC. And every time the community needed more recreation, more communal activities, the board has reacted positively. From raising money for the pool dome to raising money to line the tennis courts for pickleball, the park board, and I'm not a member of that, under the leadership of Kim Gunther and with the excellent site direction by Ryan Hughes and the entire staff, the park is ready to expand yet again. And it's important that it does. It's more than parking spaces. It's more than traffic. It's about the community. And we need to build the community spirit and have space for community activities. So I certainly urge you to go ahead and approve this and continue the work that Park Board has proposed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I have Joe Ford. Joe, please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joe Ford. I live at 1044 Amber Ridge Road in Crozet, and I support the Parks Plan in its current form, and I hope that the Planning Commission will advance this important project. We here in Crozet desperately need a recreational facility like this one. Crozet Park is the only active public park for our community of more than 10,000 people who live here now. There's nothing like this anywhere close by. This recreation center won't only be a gym and a pool, it's an important gathering place for our whole community. I'd just like to briefly respond to two concerns, both of which we've heard this evening. The first about the traffic. As Mr. D'Annunzio pointed out, there are a number of projects in the works. The Crozet Master Plan, which this commission just endorsed, includes catalyst infrastructure projects specifically designed to alleviate the exact transportation concerns that neighbors are expressing. The new master plan features pedestrian-oriented projects, for example, prioritizing sidewalks in these exact neighborhoods. Park Street, Hilltop, and Tabor are all prioritized sidewalk projects. It also calls for improvements of the Crozet Trail from West Hall to the park, which again will allow increased pedestrian and bicycle traffic. Also, as Mr. D'Annunzio and others have pointed out, there's at least 4 new road projects that will reduce congestion. The redevelopment of Barnes Lumberyard, which will provide an east-west connection from downtown to Park Street. The extension of High Street from Tabor to Library Ave, which increases north-south connectivity and reduces the need for people to use Hilltop. The southern portion of Eastern Avenue will connect the park to 250, encouraging drivers to access the park from the south side, bypassing Parkside Village. And the proposed extension of Dunvegan Lane, again, will also allow drivers to access the southern part of the park directly from Crozet Ave, again, bypassing Parkside Village on the north. Lastly, I'd just like to respond to a couple of the concerns people have addressed about removing green space or the idea that this project diminishes the park's amenities. The only green space that we are losing here is a bit of mowed grassy field. And it's important to note this is a part of the park that is the least used northwestern part of the park. I'm at that park several times per week with my preschooler. And since the pandemic began, we've specifically spent a lot of our time in that northwestern part of the park, specifically because there's no one else around. It is easy to socially distance there because no one's ever using it. And lastly, this project doesn't reduce anybody's opportunity for free outdoor recreation. The new facility doesn't displace the walking trail that Mr. Freeman mentioned, the soccer fields, the baseball fields, the basketball courts, the dog park, the pickleball courts, or the large playground on the east side. The only thing this project will disturb is the small playground on the west side, and that is being replaced with a brand new one. So this ambitious and important project won't diminish any facilities or any opportunities in the park. They only enhance it, and I urge you to advance the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Allie Pesh. Allie, please state your name, address, you're affiliated with a group or organization. Your time starts when you start.
Hi, my name is Allie Pesh, and I live on Mint Springs Road in Crozet. Born and raised here, grew up going to Crozet Park and continue to coach softball there several times a week. I very strongly support this project, and I just want to echo everything that Joe just said, and everybody who has spoken in support of this project. I feel that it is long overdue and sorely needed, and I am so proud of our community for taking this initiative and really building the facility that our community has already grown to need. And I really hope that the commissioners see how hard the applicant has worked to listen to concerns from neighbors, and also provide this facility for everybody who lives in the western part of the county. And I won't take up any more of your time, but I do hope that you all see how much we need this and how much it will benefit our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Deb. Please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Hello, this is Deborah Ferreira, and I am a 21-year resident at 5791 Hilltop Street, and this wonderful, sweet town that I have seen explode in growth in the 21, almost 22 years that I've lived here. There have been many developments that have gone up very close by, as well as further out. And of course, with that has come a lot of increased traffic, noise, trash that's been thrown out of car windows. It is less safe to walk down Hilltop Street or High Street, to walk your dog, to cat out, to play ball with a child. And that has definitely gotten more difficult over the years. So I know with this, I agree that this type of facility is needed, and what it will bring to the community and all the programming, I support that, and I appreciate the changes that have been made, the efforts there. However, I am very concerned that all of the things I mentioned will increase, especially the rush hour traffic, because a lot of people like to work out early in the morning and then after work around 5, and on weekends when it's this quaint little neighborhood it used to be. And I know progress happens. I understand that completely, and you can't stop it. You can't change it. It's just the way life is. But I do hope that there'll be some consideration and sensitivity to the street letting out into Indigo, into Hilltop Street. I don't think the street's got lots of cracks in it. It's had to be redone several times. That you can trip over the sidewalk. It's terrible. I agree with when Sandy shared, and Philip and JJ. It is a very terrible, never been maintained by VDOT or anybody. I'm not sure who should have maintained it, but it went in when Parkside Village was put in, and a lot of it's overgrown and cracked and lifted up, and it's a small street. And a lot of changes would have to be made or improved to make it work. And maybe even the times of access to Hilltop could be limited so that it's not constant in adding to what has already been increasing over the years I've lived here. So I hope we don't lose the charm and the sweetness of this neighborhood that I've loved for this long, and that it's still livable for me and my neighbors who live on this street. It's very easy for those of you who don't live on this road to speak highly about the need for this. And I do support it too. I do think we need it.
Ma'am, your time is now up.
Yes, it's not your street though, so it's easy to say, but thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Next, I have Mark McKinney. Mark, please state your name, address, any organization that you're affiliated with, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Hi, my name is Mark McKinney. I live at 5353 Park Road. First off, I am fully in favor of this project. To the Planning Commission, I hope you approve it. I just want to touch on two main things. So it was 50 years ago that Crozet was designated a growth area. That was part of the 1971 revision of the county's comprehensive plan. We are now on our third Crozet master plan, as Joe laid out, there are numerous infrastructure projects part of that plan. The infrastructure challenges that everyone is talking about tonight are on the shoulders of the county and VDOT with really just poor planning over the last 5 decades to get us to this point. Now I'm going to stop with that and I'm going to turn to why I'm in support of this plan. I have 3 kids with a 4th due in about 5 days. We need this park. I coach baseball at this park. We are at this park 5 days of the week. I am also a permanently and totally disabled veteran, one of 400 of veterans that live in this town of Crozet. I need a place to swim. I can no longer run. It hurts to walk. I am just one person, and I know there's many other residents that have physical, mental disabilities that having a expanded park will help the betterment of and help their quality of life improve. We need this. We needed this probably 2 decades ago. We cannot wait another 20 to 50 years for the infrastructure projects in Crozet to finally catch up before we do this park project. We need this park for the community. I applaud the board for putting this plan together, and I again hope that the planning commissioner approves this. Thank you, and that is all.
Thank you. Next, I have Valerie Long. Valerie, please state your name, address. If you're affiliated with the group or organization, your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Valerie Long, and my address is 6617 Wellborn Lane in Crozet. And I would like to express my support for the application tonight. I think the applicants have done a very good job of balancing the needs for active recreation space and open space, as well as addressing all of the comments that have been raised by the nearby neighbors with regard to the new exit or entrance, landscaping, shifting the building. Also, they have incorporated, as far as I can tell, all of the comments that were raised by the commission at the March Planning Commission meeting. As everyone has expressed, this is an existing use that's been in this location for over 50 years. I think it's very reasonable for the park board and the community to be able to work together and increase and improve the amenities here. It certainly should be no surprise for anyone in the community that a facility of this age, that it's appropriate for it to be expanded and enhanced, particularly now with the amount of growth that we have seen in our community. As others have indicated, the ability to substantially increase the capacity for the after-school programs for local elementary schools. I cannot stress enough what a particular challenge this is for families in the Western feeder pattern for public schools here. It is devastating for working families to not be able to have safe, affordable after-school care for their school-age children. It's particularly detrimental to lower income families and female-headed households. It has a significant impact on the ability of many women to further their careers if they have to choose between safe and affordable childcare or their careers. Unfortunately, oftentimes that takes a back seat. So this will provide an incredible benefit to the community in that regard, in addition to all of the incredible recreational amenities and improvements that would that the facility would provide. It's a good balance, as I said, between open space and improvements. I particularly applaud the way they have focused the new improvements to be in areas that were already disturbed to the very extent possible. So I appreciate your focus on these issues and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Jennifer Kirby. Please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Yes, hi. My name is Jennifer Kirby. I live at Crozet at Parkside Village, and I'm a resident and I'm not affiliated with any organization. I have lived in Parkside Village for 20 years, and what I wanted to say was when I moved to Crozet, I realized that I was moving into a high growth designated area of Albemarle County. And what I was expecting at the time was that there would be infrastructure in place or it would be developed before a facility of this size would be considered. And what I was expecting also is that our land use and zoning ordinances would protect individual property owners from developments of this size and scale to be considered before infrastructure was in place. And what I also was expecting was that our master plan would be used as a guide to manage future development, and that it would also be used to protect this unique character of this community. So I am opposed to this facility because I feel it is completely out of character and scale for the adjacent neighborhoods and property owners. I feel that it would contribute to traffic issues that we're already dealing with in Crozet, and it would create an unsafe environment for the pedestrians, bicyclers, vehicles, all trying to access the park on Hilltop. I can't imagine how a building of this size and scale would be good for or a good fit for any residential development in Crozet. I feel there's another area that is better suited for a building that's 35,000 square feet. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have William Johnson. Please state your name, address, if you are affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you. My name is Bill Johnson. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Claudius Crozet Park, but I'm speaking in my individual capacity, and my remarks have not been reviewed by the board or impacted by the board. I'm a father who lives in fear because I have teen drivers. I'm also a 26-year veteran of the U.S. Army, and I've spent 11 years overseas with 3 combat tours, including more than 15 months in some of the most violent areas of Iraq. I've seen a lot of things I'm unable to forget, a lot of senseless things, but nothing quite as senseless as the deaths that occur every year on the roads of Albemarle County. I've driven on roads on 4 continents. Albemarle is pretty high up there as far as dangerous roads go. In fact, our rural roads are among the most dangerous in the state. Ivy Road is a particularly dangerous stretch, as is I-64. The tributes to lost loved ones along those routes must not be ignored. Not having adequate amenities where we live puts more vehicles on some of the most dangerous roads in the state. The statistics are clear that increased traffic congestion does not kill people. The speed and rural nature of Albemarle's roads kills people. In 2020, the death rate per 1,000 people in Albemarle County roads was 0.24. In Fairfax County, the most populous county in the state, the death rate was an order of magnitude less at 0.05. Our planning for pastoral views and rural greenways requires that the growth designated areas be provided with right-sized recreational facilities and amenities. A failure to do so comes at the cost of human life on those rural greenways. We are presently not right-sized for our recreational facilities in Crozet, and my family is on those roads every day to get adequate facilities in Charlottesville. This is why I'm speaking tonight, and I've been fighting for the right amenities here for 10 years. But the truth is that the proposed project does not increase traffic. In Crozet, the footpaths all lead to Claudius Crozet Park. The park is surrounded by residential areas. Not approving the project, or even worse, moving it out of the residential area to a busy portion of Route 250 just puts more traffic on the roads, not less. The park is where the project belongs. A denial of this project will simply increase traffic and put our community at greater risk. Perhaps the folks opposing the project because of traffic concerns just haven't looked at it logically, or perhaps they haven't had enough senseless deaths seared into their memories to weigh the seriousness of the danger that long drives on Albemarle County roads present. I recommend they stop by some of the memorials before complaining about a few cars passing their house to get to the local gym. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the commission approve the special use permit and help us keep Crozet local. Thank you very much for your time.
Next, I have Stephen. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I am Stephen Goathouse. I live at 421 Cranberry Lane, which makes me a neighbor to the park. And I am only affiliated, or I only speak on behalf of myself and my family. I really want to express appreciation to the park and the developers for moving the construction entrance to the south. I see that they took in some of the comments from March, and I really appreciated that. And I've got a couple of specific requests that I hope they also, in the same vein, thoughtfully consider. One is with that new northern entrance, I request that a speed bump or similar traffic calming measure be added in the same way that the existing southern entrance and exits have. I also request, whether VDOT requires it or not, that a stop sign be added, which is something that in explicit, or for reasons I don't understand, doesn't exist on that southern entrance. And then finally, addressing to the Planning Commission, my understanding is with the special use permit, if it is granted, that it is almost like a blank check being given to the park and the developers. And I request that some stipulations and some periodic reviews be added. As has been mentioned by many of my neighbors, the horrible sidewalk on Hilltop, my understanding that that was a requirement from the county many, many years ago from the developers of our development, Parkside Village. No requirements were given. So we ended up with what we have now, which is in horrible state. And with the size of this project, I fear that without any oversight, that similar travesties could occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Aaron Rothman. Please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts when you start speaking.
Hi, I'm Erin Rothman, and I live at 433 Cranberry Lane, and I'm just speaking as a resident. While I'm impressed by the plans for this facility and really appreciate the improvements over the original plan, I still have serious reservations about the increase in traffic. Earlier in the presentation tonight, there was a quote saying, Crozet Park has unbeatable pedestrian and bike connectivity, as if that somehow supports this plan. But in fact, this is quite misleading. The current pedestrian and bike connectivity to and from the park is severely lacking and unsafe. In fact, my family lives next to the park, and my son was hit by a car while biking to Crozet Elementary with my husband several years ago. The crumbling sidewalk on Hilltop is incredibly uneven, so it has many tripping hazards for pedestrians, and it's too narrow to be practical for biking, meaning that few use it and people constantly walk, run, or bike in the road. Park Road, the intersection at Hilltop, High, and Tabor, and the part of Tabor without a sidewalk already feel unsafe to navigate on foot or bike due to current traffic levels. With the increased traffic, I'm concerned that this will make it even less safe for pedestrians and cyclists, ironically making people less likely to engage in these healthy activities in order to expand a fitness center. While the solution to this seems pretty straightforward, putting in sidewalks and bike lanes, information obtained through a FOIA request from the county makes it clear they have no plans to fund these projects anytime in the near future, despite the recognition of the fact that these improvements are badly needed. Furthermore, there will already be another increase in traffic on these same roads due to the construction of homes next to Parkside Village and the park at Foothill Crossing. So we really need to look at the cumulative effect of traffic from both of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, let's see. I have Thomas. Thomas, I'm not going to say your last name. Please mute yourself. Okay. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group and organization, you have 3 minutes to speak, and it will start as soon as you start speaking.
Okay, thanks. I live at 5643 Hilltop Street. My property touches the park. I can see the pond and the blue dome from my deck. I share the concerns about the traffic. I live on Hilltop. People don't use the sidewalk. People do walk in the road. You cannot park on Hilltop, at least between the park and High Street, contrary to what the park board member, I think, suggested. I worry that the county is proposing to kick a bunch of problems down the road or the sidewalk. In some cases, roads and sidewalks that don't exist. And that doesn't seem responsible. The county is proposing to contract out its recreation responsibilities to the park board. And I just don't think that the park board is in any real sense accountable to the community. They certainly aren't accountable to the neighbors. As several commissioners pointed out at the March meeting. Moreover, the park board is going to contract out some stuff to ACAC, which is to remove the county again from any real oversight. So I like the suggestion that somebody made earlier that there be some stipulations for the county to review and have some sort of oversight over any granting of a special use permit. But I think this entrance on Indigo is badly thought out and in need of an independent study, not a study by or an informal report by the park board. So I think there are still problems here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, I have Elba Beasley. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization. Your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Beasley, Mrs. Elba Beasley. I live at 416 Cranberry Lane. I'm a concerned resident of Parkside Village, speaking on behalf of myself and my husband. I believe that the infrastructure simply does not exist for a project of this magnitude. And though I think this project is something that's badly needed, the infrastructure must come first. The Parkside Village alone has about 120 vehicles. When we add in the new Foothill Crossings homes that will come, we will have nearly 200 cars, which currently have only one way in and one way out to our homes. This is already unsafe with an emergency situation in mind. When we add to that an untold number of additional cars, even though I heard a traffic report tonight, I too am baffled by that, as was one of my neighbors. Those of us who've waited at rush hour already to get in and out of our neighborhood while park traffic leaves or arrives at rush hour would sort of disagree with tonight's report. I think this is a potential recipe for disaster. The Indigo entrance is not a suitable solution. Parkside Village is already dealing with some parking and traffic visibility concerns at that Indigo area as it intersects with Hilltop when the pickleball participants choose to park on both sides of the street and our residents are parking on the street. Visibility leaving Cranberry and the alley behind the homes on Cranberry Lane is problematic, and some near miss accidents have already occurred. There is also currently an issue with cars now speeding on the now opened dead end and straight stretch of Indigo that leads to the new development behind Cranberry. The addition of more cars and more activity stands to potentially make this also worse and dangerous for us residents. The current streets, as have been mentioned by others, like the older section of Hilltop and High, were never planned to carry the traffic load they're handling now. There are no proper sidewalks on Hilltop. It's already necessary to utilize extreme caution to avoid hitting pedestrians who are often kids walking to and from the pool, or bicyclists who, as has been mentioned, have no choice but to occupy the streets. The streets are too narrow, and when residents on that older section of Hilltop decide to park on the street, all of those issues are compounded. Currently, High Street at Hilltop is already crumbling along the edge from the weight of construction vehicles as a result of recent construction in the area. With the current development in Crozet, residents who are close to the downtown area are already dealing with the need for traffic lights at Tabor and Crozet Avenue instead of the stop signs. It's also true at the four-way stop. That too has been mentioned, just underscoring this. I do believe we need a
I'm
facility.
sorry, but your time is up. Next, I have Jacob Feldman. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jacob Feldman. I live on Hilltop Street. I also live in Parkside Village. I've lived there with my wife and daughter since February. In March, I spoke against the approval of the special use permit for a variety of reasons, including the questionable suitability of a large enterprise building in a park and the increased traffic from the perspective of being a neighbor. After having reviewed the proposed plan, I still don't believe that these concerns are being addressed. Crozet Park is my 2-year-old daughter's favorite place. I thought it was going to be her yard, but it's the soccer fields and the mountains that she can see from Crozet Park. So we're at the park every day. We love its green space. We don't want the view obstructed by a very large building. To date, there's always been enough parking for events, except for when it's a sports day, and then there isn't enough field. Please don't decrease the amount of green space in favor of excessive parking lots. This park is the green centerpiece of Crozet. There are a few members of the community who want, I think there are a few members of the community who want to lose that. A 30-foot tall rectangular building of glass and concrete does not belong in a park. This feels so intuitive. From a traffic standpoint, the developer has written about how there will not be a negative traffic experience for the driver. This does not adequately address the concerns of the neighborhood who will experience those cars. Just this weekend, my daughter drove her dump truck down Hilltop Street. Probably many of the neighbors on the line saw that, while some slightly older children drew chalk pictures in the middle of the road. Our neighborhood loves our quiet streets. It's where our kids play. In portions of the neighborhood, I have significant safety concerns. For example, from the intersection of High Street and Hilltop Street until Indigo, there's a dilapidated sidewalk that many residents with a stroller or scooter choose to walk around. Locals walk in the road, and that has been fine as a result of the generally low traffic levels in the Parkside Village community. The park and its corresponding developer never reached out to the Parkside Village community. I'm relieved to see that they proposed routing construction traffic through the already constructed gate on Park Road. Should this project be approved, this gate should be used for incoming or outgoing traffic as well. It would only be a minor expansion from the already proposed paving of the parking lot. Please do not grant creation of a Hilltop Street entrance or an Indigo Street entrance to be a by right condition to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Tim Tolson. Tim, please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start speaking.
Hi, I'm Tim Tolson, and I live at 6675 Highlander Way in Crozet, that's up in Emerald Ridge. I am also the chair of the Crozet Independence Day Celebration Plan Committee and president of the Crozet Community Association, but I am not speaking on behalf of either of these groups. I'm speaking as a Crozet resident who spent a lot of time at the park over the 3+ decades my family and I have lived in Crozet. I got to see an early presentation of this proposal at a park board presentation of their plans the day before Governor Northam declared the COVID pandemic quarantine back in March of 2020. It was in their Crozet Community Association meeting at the park's newly renovated radio housing. Since then, I've seen the park board and their designers work to engage the public and be responsive to their concerns. The revised proposal that we saw tonight has made numerous changes that mitigate or eliminate the majority of the community's concerns, I believe. From parking, construction traffic, also tree cover and green space to noise levels. The new plan only replaces the playground in the front, and that will be replaced, not eliminated. So what is there at the park, as the plan showed, will not be eliminated. It actually increases the recreational possibilities in Crozet. The current space is too small. The Crozet residents have been asking for updating and increasing the size of that facility for a long, long time. This adds recreational changes without diminishing the existing outdoor recreational opportunities at Crozet Park. It keeps the walking trails, the soccer fields, the baseball fields, the basketball courts, the pickleball courts, the dog park, and the large playground, and will build a smaller playground to replace the one thing it removes. What they're offering is more than an indoor pool and a gym. It will be also an important space, as we've heard from several people, of much needed after-school program expansion as well. Locating the proposed facility central to Crozet is important, and a lot of housing there central to it mean people will actually be incentivized to walk and bicycle to the park rather than to drive. The park is on the Greenway path and near to downtown Crozet, which also increases the odds that people will walk or bicycle rather than drive to the park. So I think it is the right location to build this proposed facility. And all of that comes at no cost to the taxpayers of Albemarle. The park board will raise the funds necessary to fund the community center, fitness center, and pool, and make it available to the public, just like they've done for 50 years. Crozet Park has always been central to green space and recreational opportunities in Crozet for more than 50 years, and I believe this proposal enhances those opportunities. I think this is the right facility at the right place, and I support it. And I urge you to support this application too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try Mr. Pomeroy one more time. Mr. Pomeroy, if you can unmute yourself so that you can speak. Unfortunately, I cannot unmute you. So I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, not allow you to speak right now since you can't. Oh wait, here we go. Are you unmuted?
Here we go.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, my name is Carl Pomeroy. I live at 6700. Oh, I don't need that. I know what you're saying. This is Carl Pomeroy. I live at 5700 Park Road. I abut Crozet Park. I've lived here for 20 years. I have worked in the park, contributed to the park, served on the park board for a decade. I am very familiar with all of the efforts that this volunteer park board has put into the design and the outreach to the community via surveys over the years to accommodate the overall desires and needs of the community, and that this representation is the plan that's before us right now. I believe that this project is absolutely needed. As has been stated by many others before me, it's late in coming. The park is overwhelmed with use as it is right now. This facility will provide an entire spectrum of opportunity for all ages in our community, and it is absolutely necessary. The fact that they have done such a marvelous job of treating all the concerns from the March meeting and the meetings previous to March, I think this commission should certainly approve and push this project forward with conditions. There are issues, as stated by the residents of Hilltop and Parkside Village. I would like to point out that the traffic studies need to be addressed. We need to look at traffic on all the streets. Yes, I know for a fact, having lived here for 20 years, that the infrastructure is lagging way behind the rapid pace of the development. This facility is more than needed. It needs to be built, I think that the park board has done a great job with their design team to deliver something that will work and accommodate most people in the community. We can't satisfy the needs of everybody. I've lived on Park Road for 20 years. I have seen the hundreds and hundreds of houses that have been developed east of the park and all of its subsequent traffic. There are at times, I would say, approaching 3,000 cars a day going past my house at more than the posted speed limit, most of them.
I'm sorry, sir.
Park Road. What?
Your time is up.
I'd like to say Park Road and Hilltop are exactly the same size. No sidewalks.
Thank you.
Further.
Okay. At this time, I have a couple people that signed up to speak, but don't have their hands raised. Let's see if they're interested in speaking. Oh, here we go. Got some more raising their hands now. Next is Lee. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts when you start speaking.
Hey, my name is Lee Grimes, and I represent really just our kids. We live in Charlottesville, used to live in Crozet, but still are active in the Crozet community. And I'd like to echo a lot of the comments regarding the support of this plan. I think it's long overdue, and it's exactly what the Crozet and really the Western Albemarle community needs. And I'd also just like to say the one group that we haven't heard from tonight are the kids. And that's the group that will probably more so than anyone else take advantage of this new facility. And that needs to be considered by the board. You know, the problems that we've heard about traffic and entrances and exits, those are problems that could be solved. And the kids are is exactly where the focus needs to be. So I would encourage the board just to think about that. You know, we haven't heard from them, but I guarantee you that almost every single kid that you ask would support this project, and we do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Brian. Brian, please state your name, address, if you're affiliated with an organization, and your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start speaking.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate this work and always impressed by our community. Tonight, another example of a tremendous outreach and outpouring of feedback, and very much appreciate all sides of this issue. I'm a Crozet resident. I live at 4997 Fairwinds Court. I've been in Crozet since 2008. I walk and bike to Crozet Park on a regular basis. I've had family memberships to the former YMCA in Crozet Park and have a current family membership in the Crozet Park ACAC. My family and I enjoy the park immensely. We often walk to the park, and again, as mentioned, I bike on a regular basis. It's a valuable resource, and it's in dire need of upgrades. And I sincerely appreciate the concerns of residents surrounding the area and urge us to work on a creative way to support more park visitors rather than allow a pool and the park buildings to continue to deteriorate. And again, I very much respect the concerns, but I think that they can be mitigated and urge us to continue to move forward past that so that we can have this resource for many years to come to serve even more of our neighbors and residents in the area. I very much appreciate the Park Board's good work, and I urge you to approve this project. Thank you again for the time.
All right, next I have Kathy Floyd. Please state your name, address, and if you're affiliated with a group or organization, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Yes, my name is Kathy Floyd. I live on Deca Lane out in the Ivy area, and am not affiliated with a group. Just last night, I paid a visit to the park for several games of pickleball with friends. It was a beautiful evening with the smell of fall in the air. The activity level at the park seemed to be at a crescendo. The athletic fields were full with young kids darting about as the coaches prepared them for the next game. Parents arrived to pick up their kids from the after-school program, walked past the pool, and you could hear and see the splashes of water of the swimmers. Families were out for a stroll being led by their energetic puppy. Pickleball courts were hopping and high fives were being shared as the winning team walked off the court in triumph. The cyclists were going for speed. The basketball players were going for the dunk. Young couples were walking hand in hand with a focus on each other. The older couples side by side at their own pace, as if to hold each other up. The young parent was chasing the toddler in the grassy areas, which created a place of safety away from the traffic. Under the pavilion, an exercise class was in process, stepping to the beat of the music. Simply, community was in focus and happening. Community at its best. It was community for everybody. Community is defined as fellowship with others, as common attitudes, interests, and goals are shared. For years, the park has served as community within the greater community of Crozet. I applaud and celebrate the past of the park that has been here for years and enjoyed by many through the years. I bask in the present as many of us enjoy time to play in the park and recreate year-round. I anticipate the future as we look to expansion and improvement of this new facility so that the park can continue to be enjoyed for years to come. And I do support the improvements of the park and this new facility. So to those that have the interest of Crozet in common, I say, please support this effort as a rich tradition of community continues for our children and the next generation. The conversation and efforts tonight are about building an athletic facility and perhaps more importantly, assuring that a community continues for all to come together for recreation, play, fellowship, and sharing. I strongly support the park board as they have worked diligently to come up with a plan as presented tonight, and just are very grateful to be able to make these comments. Thank you.
Is there anyone else at this time that would like to speak? Please raise your hand. You can see the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. I am going to say that everybody that wants to speak has spoken.
Thank you, ma'am. And at that case, thank you for everyone who has provided us with not only spoken words of wisdom and guidance this evening, but also for those who've sent us written materials, which have been helpful to the commission and will also be made part of this package. So at this note, I am closing the public hearing on this matter, and I'm looking for Mr. Schaefer, I believe, or whoever is going to represent the applicant. You have 5 minutes to respond, and after that, we will bring it back to the commissioners and we'll spend some time talking. I may ask before we do that Kevin, so you can get ready. So if you just give us a sort of an update on what are the projects, or if there's someone on the staff who you believe would be better to do that, the transportation project in the area. Okay. So, Mr. Schaefer, you have 5 minutes starting now. If you don't need it all, but you have it, you have it.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Kim Gunther, who's the president of the park board, to come speak. I believe we also have other park board members, maybe a Bill Johnson on as well.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Can everybody hear me?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to make a brief statement and then turn it over to Bill Johnson. My name is Kim Gunther. I'm the president of the park board for Crozet Park. And I just wanted to thank everyone who's taken the time to be a part of this process. It's been a long night. It's been amazing how many people have called in to comment. Whether you support or oppose this project, signed up to speak, wrote a letter, or just listening tonight, we're all participating because we care about the same thing, the Crozet community. Regardless of what happens tonight, the park board will continue to fine-tune these plans to address concerns. As we've always done, the park board is receptive to any feedback the Crozet community wishes to provide. And I'll just leave it at that. And Bill, do you want to say anything?
Thank you, Kim. I think I want to steal just a quote from our last public speaker, which is the rich tradition of community that the park provides. So the park was originally built some 50 plus years ago. That original pool was hand dug by the residents of Crozet. And since then, we've seen improvements to the pool. We've seen improvements to the fitness facility. We've seen when the derecho came and knocked down our pavilions, we now have some of the nicest pavilions in Albemarle County that replaced those. We've had the addition of the dog park, and then through gracious donations, we have a walk park and the parkour course that goes around it. So every step of the growth of the community, the park has grown with it. We can't grow in size, we're the size we are, but we can grow in the facilities that we provide. And we've been growing since the park was created, and we're going to continue to grow as best we can. And I think that this project is providing that growth along with the growth of the community to keep our community going, to allow people to bask in that tradition of community. Thank you.
So am I to assume that no one else is going to speak? Okay, thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you.
All right. So commissioners, perhaps we've been sitting for a bit. I'd like for us to hear from Kevin. And then if you need a bit of a break while you before we go into our deliberations, that would be fine. But Kevin, and then I'm going to ask us to sort of give our thoughts in a certain order after that. Kevin, will you please update us on sort of the kind of infrastructure that the citizens have been talking about in this particular area, so that we have that fresh in our mind and from you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to pull up the map for the Crozet area that Andy had shown earlier, that is coming from the draft master plan update. This just is a very good reflection for me to help walk you through what is going on out there. Obviously, we have Crozet Park here in the center. And are you able to see my cursor moving? Yes, okay. So we got Crozet Park here in the center, and as we all heard the discussions, Hilltop Street coming along the northern edge, turning and heading up, it hits this east-west road. This east-west road that you see here is currently being extended. Right now it ends right where the blue line starts and right over here. So it is a dead end road right now. Currently, the Barnes Lumber development is extending that road out to the west to meet up with the Crozet Square. And also it is connecting down to Library Avenue into a new grid pattern. So there will be a western connection over to Crozet Avenue in the future. That is under construction or in design right now, being built by the developer of Barnes Lumber. In addition to that, a separate development, the Glenbrook and Foothills development, is constructing this road that will head out towards the east from the other end of Hilltop. And that road extends all the way over to where the existing Park Ridge Road is. And Park Ridge, of course, extends all the way back out to 240. So those are pretty significant connections that will be made by on the northern end of this to open up Hilltop. So with those, I just want to make sure the commission understands that there will be changes to traffic patterns related to that. There will be more people using that way to get in and out of the neighborhoods and allow those people to have other options to get out of Crozet. In addition to those changes, we also are, one of the big focuses that we have right now is to extend Eastern Avenue out to 250 across the Licking Hole Creek. This project is not funded yet, but we do have funding identified in the CIP for it, and we are making applications to get additional state funding as we speak. So we do expect that this is going to happen sometime in the coming years. Once that happens, of course, that will allow a lot of these neighborhoods in the central area of Crozet to use the Eastern Avenue connector to get out of those residential neighborhoods to either get to 240 or down to 250. So that will significantly, once again, change those traffic patterns. As they did point out, Park Street does go along the southern end, and right now that carries the predominant amount of traffic for the people going to West Hall and was Westlake, although now they can get out by going north up to Park Ridge. So the traffic patterns are changing with that. As they did point out, we do have prioritized projects for bicycle and pedestrian connections in the area as well. Those are still being evaluated, and we will be trying to identify funding in future years, but those are not planned or programmed at this time. And so I just wanted to give that update primarily about the extension of Hilltop Street so people understood what that significant change is going to be to the traffic.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin. Does anyone have any additional questions for Kevin before we bring it back to ourselves? Okay, Kevin, thank you. Commissioners, so do you need a break or are we going to continue to go? Can we continue going forward? I see no heads. We're going forward. So we're going to bring it to us. And I'm going to ask people to sort of just give us their comments in an order. And so here's what I would like to do. I would like to start with Karen, Corey, Rick, Daniel, Tim, and then end with Jenny. So if we can do that, please, if you've got things that you need. And if you don't have a comment, you can pass. But Karen.
Okay. I'll try to be brief. So I just want
you do not have a 3-minute limit.
Oh, well, I know, but I could think of a half an hour of things to say, but I'm not gonna. I would like to, first of all, commend the design team on actually listening to the comments of the Planning Commission. I wish that they had actually come in with a greener plan from the get-go. And I will acknowledge that they are planting a lot of trees. And we know that it will take decades for those new young trees to replace the ecosystem values that we're losing with some of the larger mature trees. I also just want to make a note about the trees in terms of requesting that the development team, not conditioning, but requesting that they actually put some effort forth to try to provide adequate planting beds for these trees. Unfortunately, our county does not have tree planting standards right now, and I hope that that will be addressed as part of the zoning update that is going to be happening in the future. But I am concerned about the viability of the trees to survive. There's a number of sites around the county where trees are not in good shape a year later after being planted. So I would just really like to see a lot of attention given to the design and the adequate soil volume for those sites. That was my sort of longer point. I'm very conflicted about this site. I really appreciate the attention, as I said, that's gone into listening to what the commission said. In fact, I found it really refreshing. But I'm still worried about the impacts to the residents on the surrounding streets who, I think thought that they were buying homes or moving to a residence that was on a relatively quiet street and are now going to be subject to a lot of additional traffic. So I don't have a conclusion for you at this time on how I'm going to vote. I'm really very conflicted, and that's kind of where I leave it. So that's it for me for now.
Pause. Jenny, did you hear the order that I'm asking people to comment this evening? Because I know we lost you for.
No, I did not hear that because I lost my audio.
Okay, so
hopefully I'm back.
Yeah, Karen speaking, then Corey, then Rick, then Daniel, then Tim, then you. Okay, so you have you've got the final spot. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Karen, did you want to add any? I'm sorry, Karen, did you want to add anything?
I was just saying that I haven't actually just made up my mind, so I'm not here to tell you how I'm leaning at this time, because I honestly want to hear the perspectives of all the commissioners first. Thanks.
Thank you. Corey.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I've shared my comments at the beginning of this meeting, so I'll just simply say I'm in support of the project. And if it doesn't go here, I'm not sure where it goes. It seems appropriate to me. And it's hard for me to vote against something that encourages healthy living. So again, I'm in support of the project.
Thank you. Rick. Welcome back, Rick, by the way.
My thoughts on this proposal are as divided as the Crozet community appears to be. I see the advantages of this proposed year-round swimming facility and additional indoor recreational space. I, like Karen, applaud the applicant for listening to the concerns of the Planning Commission from our March 23rd meeting. However, I'm equally troubled that a long-term residential community surrounding CCP will be significantly adversely affected by more traffic into and out of this proposed expanded facility. It's important to be clear that a large swimming pool athletic facility sited within a park is not a usage normally seen adjacent to a residential community. Charlottesville's YMCA is in a park, but sited on a major state road, not within an existing community. Darden Howe has had residential units built up on its southern flank years after the park itself was created. The lack of provision for cycling facilities in bike lanes is a serious omission in such a bike-intensive community as Crozet. The lack of mutual open dialogue between the CCP board and the adjoining neighbors and neighborhoods remains an issue of concern. Regardless of what the Planning Commission, and most importantly, the Board of Supervisors decide to do with this proposed application, the actual park features of CCP will be residual. They don't change no matter what happens with this application. So I am, like Karen, anxious to listen to what other members of the Planning Commission have to say, because I'm on the fence.
Daniel.
Thanks. I think I'm going to continue to echo. I've sat here and went back and forth in reviewing all the materials before now, and I was, as Karen has already alluded to, very encouraged by the applicant's response to the concerns raised by the Planning Commission, including massing and looking to move the building back to do that. As someone who lives in a similar neighborhood that has a large athletic facility located with the soccer field house, I understand the shock that was when you see something bigger than what the renderings look like and it towering over existing trees. And so I am glad that they did listen to that and move back some. That being said, when we moved into this area, we knew soccer field house was coming. It was a planned feature along with the center and everything else in this neighborhood. I share the concerns raised for a residential community that knew a park was there, but didn't know a gym and a large athletic facility would be coming in and having that type of traffic. I didn't quite, I didn't quite understand. It seems like, and I was trying to piece it together, that there's a lot of, I don't know if it's legal or not, parking going on some of the roads already to make use of park facilities in a de facto, non-authorized access on the north side of the park. I guess if you're parking and traversing across to get to the pickleball courts and others, as was raised by some of the applicants. And so I have a hard time at this point, especially supporting it as requested and particularly the northern entrance. although I'm not much was discussed about the Park Street other than one community member stating that it was the same size. But I know that in the Crozet master plan, there is capital projects to improve the streets and to improve the sidewalk. No, excuse me, not the streets, the sidewalks around High Street and Hilltop and all that. Without having that infrastructure in place and increasing the traffic at this time is a concern to me for the safety of the residents and the kids using the area. So at this time, I would say that I'm still struggling to be able to get behind, although I fully recognize the need for these facilities for Crozet as a community. In general, the location and some of the traffic and infrastructure concerns are still very concerning to me at this point.
Tim.
Well, what a great evening of discussion and civil dialogue amongst the folks of Crozet, and all of them expressing their love for a very special community. And a great time to be a commissioner with my fellow commissioners who are being thoughtful and sharing the concerns the way they are. I addressed this project in our March meeting and expressed a number of concerns about this and whether this is the best location, the best long-term location for the proposed uses. But as I reflect on it more, I think what really came home to me was the individual that talked about it being for the kids. And I think about projects that have not happened in Charlottesville and Albemarle in my lifetime, that 3 or 4 generations, and that's without talking about racial inequities that I saw earlier in my life. So I'm inclined, if we could get conditions in this, and some of these conditions are kind of almost outside the purview, so I'm not sure how they get in there. But I just like to first make a recommendation to the consultants that they pull some concentric rings, do some original work, and not just use the Crozet master plan graphics, and show us some concentric rings about bicycle time and walk time and the numbers of residents that could possibly benefit from a 15-minute walk time, a 15-minute bike time, or some such thing to the park. So we have it so that the supervisors have some idea of reality of whether this is, since it's physically in the center, whether it really is going to serve that larger number of people that could do, as Rick talked about, as Commissioner Randolph talked about, which is the alternative to the driving and the parking. And that, my biggest recommendations for us to grapple with would be how we can get improvements to the streets and the sidewalks adjacent to the park, because an awful lot of the concerns that I heard expressed, other than the increased traffic count, was about the terrible conditions that force people to walk into the street instead of being able to use those sidewalks and possible bike lanes if we could figure out how to do it. So could we make it a condition, for instance, on the applicant that they have to provide these improvements so that they have the clout to come to the county and tell the county that they need these to be able to proceed with these facilities? That's one. The second one is I'd really like to pick up on what Rick was talking about. I look at all of the parking, and I just did a quick search. The Cadillac Escalade, and there are many vehicles that are more or less that size, are 18 feet long and 7 feet wide. I'd really like to know what the parking space size is that's required by the county, and the realistic impacts of these larger vehicles that everybody is driving will have on the number of parking spaces that are actually there. Does that mean that we might need to look at something like permit parking on the adjacent streets so that there won't be spillover from this, as we heard already happens? So that's another piece. But I'm wondering about discouraging parking adjacent to the building completely, which could allow for that better traffic flow that some people were concerned about for fire engines and rescue vehicles. We all know that there are unfortunate occurrences in aquatic centers. So maybe those are the places just for bicycles or just for smaller vehicles. And of course, the accessibility issues of certain vehicles as well. But could we push a major amount of the parking away as a discouragement possibly to people who live close enough to be able to walk and ride in the right kind of weather to be able to do that? That's going to ask the staff to think outside the box on this because they have their standards. And so what are our mechanisms for being able to waive this? So, and I'm sure that other commissioners have other ideas along these kinds of lines, but if those things could come into play, I think I personally could support it because I think it's better for, if this is something that could be built in the next few years, then we don't lose a generation of kids. We'd actually have kids in junior high school that would have an opportunity to use this in high school. So those are my feelings on it at this point. Thank you.
Jenny?
I guess I'd like to run through just a couple things. And, you know, we've heard this from the applicant. We've heard this from a bunch of people that emailed and spoke. But I guess I just want to remind people that all the uses for the indoor facility, the expanded indoor facility, they're already happening at the park. The request is to expand the ability to provide more of these resources because there's simply not enough space to offer all these programs. You've heard all that in a number of different ways tonight. I guess I also want to remind people that, you know, all the free outdoor recreation opportunities will still exist. When I look at this, I feel like the new proposed design addresses the concerns that we raised at our last meeting. I think that you know, when you look at the location of the building, I think there's a huge attempt and a thoughtfulness to me that's trying to make the best of a situation where I get it. I understand people are frustrated with traffic impacts, and a lot of that has to do with residential development that's, you know, sprawling out that way, and yet we still haven't achieved those connections. I completely understand that frustration, but it doesn't sit right with me that when it comes to the park, we're gonna say, oh wait, no, there's too much, but yet we build house after condo after all these things, and we need all these people to have these places to go. So that doesn't sit quite right with me. Also thinking about the master plan update and, you know, the commission unanimously supporting the ability to do more density in some of these areas. And yet when it comes to offering a facility to our community, you know, we have a problem with traffic and things like that. But, you know, we know in the master plan it's been addressed, and we know that, you know, all this more residential development provides more pressure on the streets and more people who need to have a facility like this. I do think Tim's suggestion of, and I thought this was shown, but how many, you know, what how far out people are in rings that could bike or walk would be helpful, because I don't have an exact number, but being really familiar with those areas and knowing how much is being built also back in there, which I understand makes neighbors even more frustrated. To me is, I mean, there's a huge amount of ability to access this through biking and walking, given the density of the neighborhoods all around. And I understand that's kind of a mixed message, like we're putting this in the middle of the neighborhood, so there's going to be people who have impacts from it. But by putting it in a neighborhood, it's allowing people to come to it rather than, I think, most people who drive to the Brooks family YMCA. So, you know, when we talk about parking, you know, I think Rick had some interesting suggestions, but I also want to remind people that as much as I like this location because it's what we have, and I think there is a creative effort to take underutilized space, which now is overflow parking. It's packed dirt where grass rarely grows, make that into more actual parking, use underused, utilized space to actually create the facility. And then we have this in a place where there are hundreds and hundreds of homes that can walk and access and bike this area. We still need to remember that we've heard from people tonight, and we know that people are coming just like they come to use the library in Crozet and other amenities will come and have to drive. To me, it makes zero sense to put something like this, which wouldn't even be possible because it would be outside of the park in some area where on 250 where everyone's going to have to drive. Right now, we know we have people who are coming from Ivy, even Charlottesville, Afton, all over the rural areas to use the facility. So I guess I just wanted to, I hope everyone had, community and the Planning Commission, I'm sure, read the narrative from the park board and heard all the comments tonight about how, I can go and list them all again, but you heard, all the things that are being offered by the park, and all that's going to continue. The request is to allow for the ability to provide that for more people. And so I find no reason to not support the effort. And I'm definitely open to suggestions that other commissioners have about ways that we could, tweak it or put conditions in there. I don't know if it's, to me, it might not seem fair to, I don't know if Tim's suggestion was to require the park to do improvements on the sidewalk. But I guess I'm open to hearing suggestions about this. I guess, all the time that more homes are built, all the times when more of these things happen, I have to remind myself that as much as I started doing planning commission and thought that concurrent infrastructure was a real thing. And I've come to realize, unfortunately, it isn't really that way. And the more these areas have pressure, and it's unfortunate that it works backwards, the more, people are on the hook to kind of respond to that and step up to projects that I understand we've had, in our last master plan, and they're carrying over. But they are there and they are identified. And I think, I don't want to diminish anyone's concerns about safety, but I do think it shouldn't hamstring the park and their desire to serve more people in our community.
I will just add that I'm supportive of the plan. I think that I was pleased, as many of us have said, that they heard us from the March meeting and have done some significant work to sort of adjust the plan and the concept to reflect our conversation with them. And I would imagine certain people in the community. So I'm supportive of this plan. I also think that this is would become sort of one of the legs in the stool in revitalizing the whole downtown area. So with Barnes and the library and what's over there and that the library area, and with this, you would start to diffuse some of the activities down there, and then with the connections that Kevin has spoke about. But we'd actually have something in my mind that I think would work well in enlivening that area in a way that I think would be helpful. I don't know how you get, so echoing off of understanding what Tim's saying, but echoing off of what Jenny's saying, I don't know how to say to the nonprofit, you've got to deal with infrastructure issues on High Street that the county hasn't done. I mean, that to me feels harsh. I'll just use that word. It feels harsh. Well, I'd like to have it, and perhaps they'll become partners in it. I just don't know that that's their burden when we have no idea whether or not the sidewalks were put in correctly, whether or not they were maintained, why they weren't maintained, since I assume it's a public road, and why all that stuff hadn't been done in the past. So I would not certainly be looking for us to do that as a condition. I do think that there's some wiseness in sort of thinking about, is there a different way to do parking there? And how do you facilitate to be not so car centric, or you send the signals to people to rethink how you approach and how you come to that place. I don't know how you do that, since they didn't offer that. And so I'm looking at our council on how do we have that conversation about some of those options.
Well, Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to try to take a stab at that, Mr. Reidelbach has put suggested conditions in his staff report. To the extent that commissioners feel like they would like to propose additional conditions that mitigate the impacts of the proposed use, commissioners are certainly free to suggest additional conditions in any sort of motion that comes before the commission.
Thank you. So on that note, we've got some conversation to take up on what Rick has suggested and what explicitly Tim's put out there before us about figuring out a way to sort of create a parking pattern that might in fact send the signals to not park close to the building, to perhaps think about what are their ways in pushing parking or creating parking so that we in fact are giving more of an open space and providing space for bicyclists and I guess not prams, what are they called? They're not called prams in this country. Strollers and things like that so that they have a place to go. Tim.
Well, I know that Rick and Karen at least have spoken about these in the past, but if there was going to be solar arrays, there are examples that we've all seen from all over the world, actually some in this country, of shaded bicycle parking areas that then serve as a place where solar arrays are on top of them. So if something like those kinds of things were adjacent to the building, then they could service the building, but then they could also be a place that would encourage a positive place for bicycles to be left. And those usually have some sort of locking mechanisms as a component of them. It's a big one outside of the airport in Barcelona, for example.
So how would we come to a place of adding that as a condition?
Well, I don't think we get into the specifics of it, but I think that these are the kinds of ideas that would be part of the record. If Karen and Rick weigh in and others weigh into those, then that becomes kind of a shopping list. And I would just like to go back to the point about that you made, because it's a nonprofit, we don't put anything onerous on them. But if they have the political clout, then if we don't tell them what they have to do to get the improvements, it's making them reach out to the adjacent neighborhood where there have been some issues, obviously. And then if they know that they have to come up with some sort of plan or proviso for that, then they can use their political clout with the county and VDOT to try to get improvements. So I wouldn't just give them a free pass on those adjacent streets and sidewalks.
Karen and Daniel.
So I would say, I think we could, without getting into the very specific details, because I don't think we want to sit here and redo the site plan. But we could say that we would like to see additional bicycle facilities added to this development. And I don't know, Councilor Herrick, if that is too vague, but things such as bike lockers, like you said, providing places to park closer to the building, better bike lanes on the streets themselves. You could, I can tell you that in the past, in my experience as a city planning commissioner for 8 years, we were able to reduce the amount of parking required in exchange for having demonstrated that people would be able to reach the site by alternate transportation, such as bicycle and bus. So we had a specific element in our code that allowed us to go ahead and reduce those parking requirements if alternate transportation was provided. The other thing that the county does not have right now is variable space sizing. It's very weird. You can do variable space sizing. So you could park your Esplanade and someone else could park their Prius or their smart car. And you wouldn't need as much space because all the parking spaces now would be over-designed for some of the other types of vehicles people are driving. But I've been told by the county that the parking, if you use the variable space sizing proviso, you then have to make the travel lanes wider, which actually makes no sense whatsoever. That's ridiculous and bizarro. So we need to fix that. And that is, definitely on the list of things to be fixed as part of the zoning rewrite that the county is going to undertake in the next year or so. And, I don't know if the development team could, how fast they're planning to develop this, should it be approved, but there might be room to come back and amend a site plan to actually shrink the parking footprint with new standards for parking that they could take advantage of. So, perhaps we could word something along the lines that the applicant will make endeavor to provide additional bike facilities, sharrows, and other elements within the plan. These are inexpensive elements, guys. And then in terms of the actual like crumbling sidewalks that we've heard about and lack of sidewalks, perhaps I know that we've heard anecdotally that the developers of the site the Parks Board plans to ask the county for some support eventually in building this facility. And we've heard a lot of different rumors out there, like they are already giving them cash, they actually own the facility, et cetera, et cetera. None of that is true yet, but we could say that we would like to see the county use part of its investment, should it decide to invest in this property, in actually doing the infrastructure repairs on the surrounding streets and sidewalks. Because, it's not uncommon to require a developer to put in sidewalks around a new development. But I want to be aware of the fact that this is a not-for-profit organization and a very large site. So, having them do the sidewalk work would probably be pretty enormous. Whereas I think if the county of Albemarle is going to be benefiting from having a new expanded recreation facility that it didn't have to build, but it needs to have built in its midst, then it behooves the county to actually invest in the infrastructure to accommodate the safety of the residents who live around there. That should be the county's investment. And I think we could make a strong statement towards that regard. And that's all I have to say on that. And I think that Daniel was
Daniel was next. And
Rick also put his hand up. So.
Daniel then Rick.
Yeah, no, I just echo that. I like where you got there, Commissioner Fireark, because that's, I look at the Crozet master plan, and these two segments are the priority segments for the 5 as funding becomes available. And the project times are 3 to 4 years is what it says. And if this thing is built and it's generating the type of demand I expect that it already is and more, without prioritizing those, there's potential safety concern on our hands of getting people off streets as being used in these neighborhoods. And so I could let me say one other thing. As a long time, my offices are in downtown Charlottesville. I live in Albemarle County. I'm walking distance to the ACAC facility downtown and have often used it. And I do agree with you, Chair, that it is a feature for revitalization downtown. It's something my company thought about as we thought about where we bought our offices, so we could provide facilities for people to go work out at lunch and do things. And so that is an attractive feature for a small business owner like myself, as I think about citing my offices. I have a colleague that has their offices downtown in Crozet now, a good friend. So I think I agree with that statement. I think this is a feature. I like that it's there. My biggest concern has been the infrastructure, and how do we find some way to, make sure that the residents that live there and have lived there for a long time are heard, and that we're providing some mechanism that can help prioritize these projects to provide that type of safety. And if we can figure a creative way to do that, then I could give my support behind this application.
Rick?
When we're talking about, I think everything that has been proposed, Daniel's talked about, Karen and Tim, I totally agree with all of that. But I do want to emphasize, I think it's not just a matter of enhancing the parking, it's the access to the facility in a non-automotive, non-internal combustion, non-electric car fashion. You know, we want people to be utilizing either walking to this facility as much as possible or bicycling. And this is absolutely an ideal location because it's flat all around there and accessible easily by a bike, motorized or unmotorized. So I can be supportive of the project if we are able to reduce the amount of traffic, because it's the traffic that implicates this project from the outset, affecting the character of the community. And if you reduce the automotive traffic, then you can provide a residual dimension of the existing community, because bikes don't make noise. Automobiles do, unless they're electric.
Okay, Jenny, and then I want to, Jenny.
I can wait if you would like.
Oh, no.
Well, I guess I just wanted to add to a couple of the points and maybe try to refine the direction of some commissioners, but to the point Rick's making, and I mean, I think this was represented in some of the slides, and you know, the trails crew and the county work together, you know, and as others have said, the park is sort of the nexus for all the trails to connect to. So, you know, the walking and biking opportunities don't just exist along, you know, broken sidewalks or better sidewalks or in the roads. They're, you know, all the trails connect in. And I think there was an example of existing trails and then future enhancements to trails that will all lead to the park that gets people completely off the road. So I don't want to lose sight of that. And I guess I wonder if people are, like, if Karen's feeling like the conversation about, you know, investment in infrastructure is something we capture in, this is the discussion we're having, and then our minutes, and this would all go forward to the board. And that's something they would consider. I guess I'm more inclined to feel that way about some of the infrastructure stuff, I don't know how to capture that in a condition without putting all this burden on the park, when I feel like some of the burden, you know, potentially already should have been placed on all the development that's been allowed to run wild. And you know, and also when I think about like growth and change, and, you know, just having gone through the review and that's headed to the board, I think that, you know, when we talk about the new middle density category, and, you know, I'm not trying to get way off track here, but some of the angst in the community was the exact same things we're hearing, you know, here is that traffic's already a problem. You know, where are these connections? They've been on these lists for such a long time. And yet, you know, essentially we seem satisfied with, you know, taking some areas and making them have the potential for more homes, and having a chapter in the master plan which identifies all these projects. And that everyone, you know, tons of people are concerned about safety and pedestrian access. And, you know, I feel like we let the plan address those issues, but here when it comes to the park, we seem to want them to take more responsibility, or I guess I'm a little confused about that, because I feel like there's been support for things that neighboring properties and, you know, existing people in Crozet are really worried about. How is all this going to work with more development, the potential to be more dense, and the projects that we've been waiting for so long. And, you know, I feel like that was addressed in the master plan, and, you know, to see it sort of pushed onto the park in this situation is, I find it a little confusing, or a mixed message to the community, that when it comes to the community's concerns about having more development and allowing for more density, we are satisfied to have a chapter that talks about how these projects will be prioritized. But when it comes to a park that wants to provide a space to serve these people who are going to move into all these houses and residences that are going to be more dense than they were before we went under review, you know, now we want to have more said about this infrastructure issue. I mean, I'm not saying I don't agree with it. I'm just saying, what do people see as our vehicle to that the board hears this discussion and takes it more seriously? Or that it's not represented accurately in our master plan, how critical these things already are. They're already so important, and so many places have been allowed to develop and develop with the assumption that we have to have these connections, and that the parks thing doesn't change that. I know it adds to it, but to me, it doesn't fall in the parks lap. So I guess ideas on what you all are thinking when you're talking about these things is, you know, does that come by way of condition? Because I really don't know how we would condition that in. Or, and the same thing with the bike stuff. Like, are you seeing that as a condition, or are you seeing that as, hey, park board, we'd like you to come to the board of supervisors and have a little more information? I mean, they may in fact have places where they think bike storage could happen, and we didn't see that in the slides because I think they were focused on showing us, you know, other things that they changed to address concerns. So thoughts on that?
Sure. So,
yeah.
I'm ready. I had my hand up, so I'll just be quick. Thank you, Jenny. So in terms of the infrastructure, I think that's captured on the roads surrounding and the sidewalks surrounding the parks. I think that's captured in a recommendation to the board, because I am sensitive to what residents also comment about, that we do set priorities in the county. We call this priority number 1, 2, and 3, and then a decade goes by. So I want to be sensitive to the fact that, you know, us putting a big old star on it doesn't necessarily make it happen soon enough. So I think that just capturing this conversation is a strong recommendation to the board that they prioritize the infrastructure improvements around the park proper. Yes, I understand the Crozet master plan has lots of things for paths and sharrows on for bikes on roads and all of that. I read it just as you did. But we're just talking specifically in order to accommodate the additional traffic and address the neighbors' concerns around this particular park because of the increased use that we anticipate with increased facilities. You're right, they're already swimming there, but there's gonna be more people swimming, and that means some traffic. In terms of the condition, in terms of bicycles, we could do it as a condition. I have something I wrote up real quick just now, and it might need a tweak to make it. My suggestion was applicant to add additional on-site infrastructure for bicycles, including but not limited to bike racks, bike lockers, bike lanes, and sharrows, and other on-road or adjacent bicycle access. And then if we needed to make it more specific, we could say, to accommodate 50 bicycles in terms of like imagining that at any one time, 50 people would be parking their bike at the park. So if you wanted to get specific, we could. If no one wants to have an additional condition about bike facilities, I will say I've been fooled before. I'm not going to mention any particular projects, but I've seen like bicycle things on sketches, but then they didn't actually end up on the site. So I do think it's important to perhaps make it as a condition.
Well, I certainly agree with what both Jenny and Karen have said. I would just point out, I've done a lot of work with national parks and national park concessionaires in my career. And, this is going to be a nonprofit that has a concessionaire, as was pointed out by several of the speakers. And so I don't know really whether we really should be thinking about treating nonprofits and for-profits differently. Obviously, the scale of what one would ask for, but in terms of their responsibility to the greater community, I think they both need to serve that. So asking things of them that are within the realm of possibility, I don't think are a bad thing to do, especially when we're talking about a change that runs with the land forever, as we've talked about in the for-profit projects.
Rick, did you have your hand up? No.
I will echo what Tim said and what I like Karen's proposal.
Can I get Rick? Andy.
So, Mr. Chair, before we get to the point of proposing conditions, let me just caution the commission that conditions need to be related to the impacts that are attributable to the proposed development itself. So in other words, before a condition is imposed, we would need to determine that there was nexus and rough proportionality to the impacts of the proposed development itself. So for example, it might be appropriate to have a bicycle condition if we thought that this development was going to be generating that amount of bicycle traffic. In terms of requiring off-site improvements to traffic, I think that would be a little more challenging because obviously there's been a lot of talk of how traffic has increased over these neighborhood streets in years. Is that attributable to the park alone, or is that attributable to other factors? I think there'd need to be some sort of showing that the additional traffic was attributable to a park before we should condition off-site improvements. Keep in mind too that many of the improvements would have to be made to what is now private property, and to put that onus on an applicant might be seen as not being as not having that nexus or rough proportionality. So just things to think about as the commission is considering possible conditions.
Thank you. Jenny.
I don't want to cut people short, but I guess I'd like to make a motion, and I'm certainly open to any friendly amendments. I didn't capture all of what Karen had, but it sounded really nice. I think in light of what Andy's saying, I would, I would let this conversation stand as a message to the board about the things that we discussed and the concerns that we share, that the community shares, and not condition those in so as to be careful. And I also, maybe I know this is, sometimes we want to see those conditions like Karen's saying, people show something small and then it goes away. But, and so I do want to protect us from assuming something might happen and then later we realize, oh, this didn't happen, we should have said this. But I also keep reminding myself, this is the park. I mean, they have every reason to want to have places for people to store their bikes and to have all the tree plantings done that people worry they won't do. I mean, I do feel like we want to protect ourselves. We want to know that, I feel like staff have captured that in all the conditions, but, I do keep reminding myself that, this is the park and they have every reason to make, this project be as thoughtful and provide all of the things we're discussing and be a safe, fun place for more and more people to enjoy. So I guess I'd like to make a motion if we can pull that up, and then if people want to add to that, is that
I can do a modification.
agreeable?
Andy, there you are. Can you put the motion up, please? And everyone, if you have the staff report, remember the conditions go from page 5 to 6 of Andy's report. Jenny, can you see that?
Yes. So I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of SP 2020-00016 Crozet Park with the conditions and revisions as recommended by staff in the report.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I'd like to see some of the things that we've talked about be there. But I will second it so that we can move on.
Okay. It's been seconded. Is there, let's go with the discussion so that we can discuss, and perhaps if there's any modification that needs to be made to the motion, that it can be included in the staff, it can be included and put into the staff report. So there are additional.
And like I said, I'm open to that. I just wanted to move us along, and in light of what Andy said, if people have that, feel that that's appropriate.
So we've had a rich conversation during the discussion. We've had a rich conversation about sending very clear messages about trying to make this more bike-centric, trying to make this more pedestrian-centric, and sort of the back away from it being so car-centric. The question is, and I think Karen was drafting some language there to add as an additional condition, which then the two of you would have to decide whether or not that was a friendly amendment, or is our conversation at large enough to move this forward with extreme sort of support of those issues that we talked, the infrastructure on the streets, the not having this be so automobile centric, and for it to look for, to encourage, and also to be intentional about having alternative ways to come to and to be at the park that don't rely on automobiles, regardless of the propulsion. Greg.
I appreciate Andy's point. However, the role of the Planning Commission is only to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. We don't have any legislative power, therefore the county doesn't incur any liability if in the judgment of a independent, impartial person or body that we have somehow in our recommendation violated the doctrine of proportionality. We're only making a recommendation to the board. And I think it's important, based on the discussion here this evening, Tim's points, Karen's points, Daniel's points, my points, I am not comfortable affirming this recommendation of approval without those points in there. Otherwise, I vote against the project. We're trying to get to yes in this application. And I don't think that we're proposing anything onerous or burdensome. And in fact, I'll make the argument that we are embracing proportionality because we are proposing to reduce automobile traffic, which is consistent with the climate action plan of the county, the #1 strategic issue of the county, the #1 global issue of our time. We're proposing to address that. So if not now, when do we address it?
So the question for
Well,
us.
let's have it, because I think that I was responding to Andy's remarks that I recognize we're making a recommendation, but I wasn't trying to make a recommendation that to the board that's something that they can't actually recommend as a condition based on what Andy said. If people want to put that in there, I didn't catch all of what Karen said. That's the only reason I didn't add it in. And based on what Andy said, if we want to add those in, we can add them in. You know, it doesn't seem to me, if it's a condition the board needs to, if we're doing that, we lift that up to the board to show how serious this was and how much of a part of the discussion it was, great. You know, conditioning in something that the board can't even condition in, you know, I'd hope they'd pull that from our discussion tonight. But if people feel that it's more important to have it in there coming from us, then I think I'm totally agreeable to that.
Pause for a second, Daniel, and hopefully somebody's doing some wordsmithing, Daniel.
Yeah, I think kind of along the lines, and I don't know how it would work, but you know, the sticking point that I get is that this, you know, proposed new north entrance, which is now emergency entrance, and in lieu of that, I don't know if there's a way to make it a bike only or some type of other multimodal non-vehicular until something happens to try to promote to find it. But you know that, and yeah, but I guess that's I don't know if there's a compromise there that it's somehow there's a condition because that would bring additional traffic down that street that is related to their usage of an entrance that doesn't exist to the park currently. So I don't know how to wordsmith it. I don't have the expertise of my fellow commissioners on this staff to say that, but I don't know if there's a opportunity there to work something that speaks to the bikes, speaks to the non-vehicular traffic, and limits potentially that use of the northern until some of those other projects or improvements are made for the area.
I would share that I would have a hard time making that just a limited access road. So I will share that. So I think that's part of the issues with the park right now, that it's only got one way in and one way out. And as one of the residents said, they're the same size roads on both sides. So I would have a problem with that. Karen.
Yes, I think that the need for the northern entrance is because that neighborhood to the north is eventually going to be connected to other routes that people will be coming that direction. To our esteemed counselors earlier comment about rough proportionality and proffers and all the good stuff, you know, we are in our role as commissioners able to condition special use applications, which this is. And this is an amendment to an existing SUP. And the impact of this new, it's not a new use. Yes, like we said, they swim there now, but there's going to be more people swimming. That was the whole point of expanding the pool facility. So there's going to be more traffic. And so what we're trying to do is respond to the impacts on the surrounding offsite neighborhoods by channeling some of those potential car trips into bicycle trips, which, as Commissioner Randolph said, are quieter and less noxious for air quality, noise, etc. But in order to encourage people to bike, we need to create some facilities within the site itself that make people feel comfortable moving through the site on their bicycles, and to be able to safely store your bike. So I've been a bike commuter. I spent many years riding my bike many miles to and from work. I can tell you that the facilities at the other end make a big difference for whether I feel like doing that or whether I'm going to put my rain gear on, ride my bike in the rain and go to the pool, but maybe I don't want to leave my bike out in the rain for an hour and a half. So I think I have a vaguely enough worded condition that would be worth attaching as a friendly amendment to the motion that would not unduly hamstring the park board itself, nor would it fail some rough proportionality test because we don't even have to say the number of bicycles. So what I had written that I'll try to say in a slower fashion, and you all could wordsmith it again for the board. I'm not any great writer, but the condition was the applicant to add additional on-site bicycle infrastructure, including but not limited to bike racks, bike lockers, bike lanes, sharrows, and other on-road or adjacent bicycle access. So I think that leaves quite a lot of wiggle room, but at least something is done. And this is not an expensive element in regards to the scope of this entire project. So it's, you know, I understand they're a nonprofit, but I think that all this ability, all these trails that, as Commissioner Moore said, that are leading to this site, I'd like to be able to make sure that the site is as accommodating as possible. So that's my recommended friendly amendment.
Jenny, would you accept that?
Yes.
Oh, hold on.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just make a couple points. First of all, I wasn't suggesting that no condition could be added. I was just suggesting the grounds on which it would have to be added. And I'm glad that Ms. Firehawk has gone back and explained the basis on which she thinks that there is that sort of a nexus and proportionality. Procedurally, if there's a mind to move forward with the condition that Ms. Firehawk just recommended, procedurally what would need to be done is there need to be a motion to amend the existing order and a second, and then the discussion would take place on Ms. Firehawk's suggested amendment. So if what Ms. Firehawk suggested condition is a motion, it would be a motion to amend the underlying motion, and then the debate would circle around Ms. Firehawk's suggested motion to amend.
Okay. What is that a motion from you, Karen?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Rick. Okay, so discussion on just this piece. Hearing none. Hearing none. Madam, would you call a vote on this, please? On Karen's motion?
Exactly. The vote would be just on the amendment.
This is just on Karen's amendment to the underlying motion, and then from there we'll go forward.
Okay, Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Ms. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Randolph,
Aye.
Ms. Firehawk,
Aye.
Mr. Keller,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
So Karen's motion is now amended the original motion that's been issued by staff. Now the question that I need to ask Andy under typical rules, then I'd ask the two original movers if they were okay with that. Can we just go forward now with a new motion?
Well, no new motion is needed because the original motion as amended is now the motion that's on the floor.
Okay.
And that's the subject of the discussion going forward.
Okay. So now is there any discussion on the original plus the amendment to that original? Tim.
I would still like us to figure out some way, whether it is after this vote that we say something officially through you and the planning director as we can to the Board of Supervisors about repair and improvement of those adjacent streets, which really, and sidewalks, which were a significant portion of the concern. I think that if that could be addressed by the county as part of this project, that there would be a lot less negativity within that portion of the community that spoke.
Okay. And that's on both streets. I mean, for those of us who've been there, it's not just the one street, it's both of the streets coming in from Crozet Avenue have similar conditions. So just so that we're aware of that, it's not just High Street. The other Park Street also has similar conditions to that.
So without putting Kevin too much on the hot seat,
yeah.
I just like, now that I've been exposed more to the smart scale projects and all the different funding mechanisms over the last year because of the body that I sit on representing you guys, I just wonder if what his thoughts are for how those things might realistically be handled without getting you to say this is how it would happen, but just how might it happen? What might be the avenues to do that? And what might our recommendations be that could be complementary to this in a positive way?
So I'll just start by making sure everybody understands what is on the ground and what we are seeing related to this development. So with this application and in the concept plan, which according to the conditions we would hold this developer to, we did ask them to make additional connections from the internal pathways that they already have on site, to make those out so that they could be connected in the future to new sidewalks on Park Street and up on Hilltop Street. So the idea being that if we wanted to extend a sidewalk away from the park property, that sidewalk would have a connection through the park property as well. And that is part of this application, just so you know that. And they also made new improvements, or in their application plan, they are proposing improvements to sidewalk on that northern section right at the curve there of Hilltop Road. So those are included in this application, on-site improvements. The problematic sidewalk that's been referenced a number of times on Hilltop Street, that is on the south side of Hilltop Street, that sidewalk is actually not within public right-of-way. That was constructed many years ago, outside of right-of-way with no official easement recorded. It is just an asphalt path that someone got agreement by the property owners to lay in front of their property. If the county wanted to do anything with that, we would need to either acquire easements or acquire right-of-way for that. If a private group wanted to work with those property owners and do that, they could do any improvements they wanted to, although that's a lot of owners that they would have to work with. So we evaluated the idea of making sidewalk improvements from Tabor Street to High Street and down Hilltop. A few years ago, we had a consultant look at that, and they came back with a pretty exorbitant cost because of the right-of-way issues related to it. So we had to back away from that at the time because we didn't have the capital to put into a revenue sharing project for that at the time. If we wanted to move forward with any improvements as a county, we could go for smart scale, although it would be a difficult application. Not saying it could fail, but that is a competitive application process. Or we could do revenue sharing, which would require the county to have capital funds put towards it. And those capital funds, I think from our estimates previously, those capital funds were approaching $1 million to make the full connection from Tabor to this site right here. So a fairly significant amount of money. But we can make applications for those, and the board would just have to identify the funding for that in our capital program. Park Street and High Street have no facilities and no right-of-way available for sidewalks right now. So once again, those are going to be pretty expensive projects to connect to the internal system that the park is offering to build with this. Or there's some of those, some of those connections are existing in the park, but they are proposing to extend them to the edges of their property to provide a public connection. So does that answer your question, commissioners?
So thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you for that. So Tim, you had posed something. Where are we now?
I don't know. I think that it's really
You're echoing. You're echoing.
A lot of the negativity. Not sure why.
Okay, you're better
I have a
now.
note that says I have a note that says my internet is unstable.
Oh, Andy, did you want to say something?
Perhaps one way to address this would be to have the planning commission or a planning commissioner make a motion that the commission further recommend that the county prioritize the installation and or repair of sidewalks, and then name the streets the county in which the commission believes the county should be prioritizing the repair or installation of sidewalks. Perhaps that would be the way of doing it, because the commission can make recommendations on any subject without necessarily making them conditions of a special use permit. So maybe that would be the way to do it, to maintain the conditions as they currently are and as amended, but then to make either a separate motion or an amendment to the existing motion to say that the commission further recommends that the county prioritize sidewalks on certain streets.
I think that's an excellent recommendation, and I'd be very pleased with that.
Daniel? Oh, so, but Tim, the question is here, would we do it? I might suggest we do it as a separate motion because it's bigger than this. Okay. It's big. Okay. So is there any other further discussion? Okay. Madam, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Claiborne.
Aye.
Miss Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Mr. Randolph.
Aye.
Miss Firehawk.
Aye.
Mr. Keller.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, is there another motion? Tim, would you make this?
I wonder if Andy could just say what he just
Say what he just said. Say what he just said.
I'll need help on the specific streets, but I guess the motion would be that the commissioner moves that the planning commission further recommend that the county prioritize the installation or repair of sidewalks on, and then name the streets.
Kevin?
That would be High Street, Hilltop Street, and Park Street. Those are the ones that surround immediately the park.
Jenny, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Tim, is that your motion?
So that's my motion. We need a second, right?
Is there a second? There's a second. That's my motion.
Second.
Jenny will second. Jenny second. Yep. Is there any further discussion? Madam, would you call the roll on this one, please?
Yes. Mr. Claiborne.
Aye.
Miss Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Mr. Randolph.
Aye.
Miss Firehawk.
Aye.
Mr. Keller.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Applicant, you heard, I think, what was a rigorous and a deep discussion by the commissioners, you don't have to respond, about your project. There's a number of items here that will be in our record. There's a number of items that will be discussed with the supervisors as it moves along through the process and with staff. I would suggest that you spend some deep time listening and considering the things that have been said this evening, and that you, hopefully they were reflected in the presentations you make to our supervisors.
Yes, sir, will do, and sounds good. And we appreciate all of the thoughtful feedback and all of the thoughtful comments and direction. So thank you all.
So again, so go forth and have conversations with both Andy and with Kevin as you move forward. Thank you. So we're going to move on. And commissioners, thank you. I know this was a tough, we've had a tough, I shouldn't say tough. We've had complicated issues that I think we've wrestled with in very sort of, I feel good that we've done the work that we've done over the last few months. I hope everyone else is feeling that way. And I realize it's late, but we've done some really good work for our community and for the people who have asked us to take on these roles. And so I thank you for being engaged in the way, in the comments and the thoughtfulness that you brought to this work. Are there any reports from people? Daniel and Karen.
Just brief at the CTAC meeting, good discussion around different the different projects. Sorry, I'm getting late and loopy myself. We also had a CAC meeting, a joint one with regards to the Rio Road corridor study and the location of the traffic circle at Rio and John Warner, and the proposed line and grade alternate location, getting it closer to Laura. So there's a lot of concern about traffic circles in general, especially 2-lane traffic circles as a replacement. I don't say it is, but it's just something as we think about as Mr. McDermott was, I think, there and giving insight. So it is an approved smart skill, I think, if I understand right, for a location there with John Warner. Sorry, Mayor Handler went on because Mayor Pods died. So I'll be brief. Anyways, there's some question on the location and more coming on the Rio Road corridor study that will be coming up in front of us as time progresses there. And it was a similar conversation on CTAC and understanding the use and applicability of traffic circles as an alternative mechanism for flowing of traffic. So that's all I think I have for now, and I'll go back on mute so you don't have to hear my air handler blowing in your ear.
It's okay. It's okay, Karen.
Yes, briefly, just to report that the Acquisition of Conservation Easements Committee met on September the 13th. We recommended one purchase of development rights property to the board. The board is more disposed to perhaps consider both applications, but there's not unlimited funds available, unfortunately, in the county to pursue these projects. But just to refresh everyone, these are easements that help us protect properties worthy of protection from development and also erase development rights. And these are all voluntary at the owner's request. The second thing is that there is a a community meeting to be held online on Thursday evening on the Convenience Center for Southern Albemarle that I'll be joined with by Commissioner Randolph and both of our supervisors for the area. And it's very exciting for someone like myself who lives at the very southern tip of the county, and it takes me 45 minutes each way to drive to Ivy to go recycling, to now be able to actually recycle in the southern part of the county, as well as to have a convenience center for trash, because we have very little service in southern Albemarle, especially in the south and western corner. There's very little service for trash. So we'll be hearing about that convenience center. It's on the county's calendar. It's a community meeting, so anyone's welcome to join in and see the designs, and then it will be eventually coming to our planning commission for a recommendation. Thanks.
Anyone else? Tim.
Just briefly, MPO Tech met, and the discussion points were the Rivanna River Bike and Pedestrian Crossing Stakeholder Engagement project. There was sort of a process update on the Smart Scale pipeline, and maybe Kevin could explain that for anyone who is interested in that, just how that process may evolve in the next round, and the updates that I think a lot of you through the CACs on the 29 North Corridor study update.
Anything else? Anyone else? Daniel, I always say, you want to really deal with a circle? Try driving around the Arc de Triomphe, okay? And then we can talk about a circle.
I was stationed in Asia, and there's a few circles there.
I was just gonna go.
In my military time, there's no traffic laws in many countries in Asia.
Yeah, I was thinking about the big circles in Singapore too. So, you know, we should just take a couple people and just say, here, drive around these, and then come back and see us. But anyhow, I understand. Kevin, are you equipped to tell us what happened at the board meeting?
I am equipped to do that. I happened to be participating that night because there were a couple items that came to the board on the 15th, the second meeting of September for the board that you all had seen. The RST development went to the board, and that was approved with a 5-to-1 vote. So Supervisor Lapisto currently voted against it because she believed that her reason stated that she believed that additional work could have been done with the community to address some of the concerns. The other item that you had also seen that was up to the board was the Panorama Farms natural burial site, which was approved with all the board members voting for it. So those two items were there. We also heard a little update on Southwood and the ACE program that Commissioner Firehawk just mentioned. And I'll give you quickly the pipeline projects that Mr. Keller is speaking of. This is a new project where VDOT is helping us evaluate some of the highest priorities that the state has identified in our region. Those cover two areas in the county, both of them on 250. The first one being in the Pantops area, the one segment we have not done any improvements to yet, which is from Peter Jefferson up to approximately Rolkin at the top of the hill. So I-64 in towards the city to the top of the hill. And the other one is further east on 250 at the Route 22 Milton Road intersections. You probably heard a lot of discussion about that during the Breezy Hill rezoning that was going on, the problems with those intersections. So VDOT now has a studies going on for both of those. There will be public involvement, public engagement opportunities coming forth for those. That's all I have.
That's good. Thank you. Are there any items for follow-up? Nope. Okay. Our next meeting then is October the 5th. Be safe. Stay awake. Corey, I know it's tough, man, being a young father at this age now. They stay up all night and you don't. And we'll see everybody on the 5th. Thank you so very much for the work we did tonight. It's a pleasure. Bye-bye, everyone, and stay safe, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye.